Okay, council, let's go ahead and try to get started here. All right, guys, the first thing on the agenda is to approve the minutes. You were previously sent minutes for from our last meeting, June 24th and 25th meeting. Wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to review that, and were there any issues or changes on the minutes? Seeing none, Senator Olson has moved the minutes. Seconded by Mr. Hayes. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is the audit finalization, but we moved that to the afternoon to give them a little more time to work on that. So we'll start with the modernization update as far as the RFPs go, the review of the RFPs with Representative Hoffman and Kelly Johnson.
Don't know why I can't get the buttons to work. Good morning, everyone. If it's okay, Mr. Chair, can I sit here so I can run my computer?
Oh, yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Secretary Brady actually gave a pretty good overview yesterday of what we have done so far, but I will go ahead and do another recap. After this meeting, we went back to the office, held another quick meeting with our SMEs, and then distributed the full contents of all the vendor responses. So all of the SMEs got all of the responses across all units. So in other words, we gave them a lot of paper. They received the narratives, which they had not had before, as well as all of the responses from all areas. So in other words, if you were working in fraud and you wanted to see something from accounting, you could do so. This second round was intended to be a more holistic approach, allowing the SMEs not just to focus on their own area, but to have all the full picture. This information was given to them then over the weekend. They were allowed to review it, and this last Tuesday, a few days ago, we held a meeting with the full PNC, as well as all the SMEs in a question and answer and just narrative format with them. What we asked all of them to do was to go through and make sure they told us what was the highlights of each vendor, what was the disappointments of each vendor, as well as to pick their top 2 vendors out of the 4. Looking through this, the majority, well, not the majority, the overwhelming majority of the selections between 11 SMEs. There were 11 SMEs that participated in this. And we asked them top choice, second choice. I kind of grouped top and second together, and vendor A received 10 votes. Vendor B received 7 votes. Vendor C received 2 votes. Vendor D received 3 votes. This is pretty consistent with what we saw in the preliminary information. Vendor A and B is coming out with the highest level of a complete solution in the eyes of our SMEs. Last time I shared with you the scoring results. We allowed everyone to rescore from top to bottom. Vendor B, pardon me, vendor B ended up with a 1.83, so low numbers are good in this case. Vendor A ended up with a 1.93. Vendor D was in 3rd place with a 3.67, or I'm sorry, vendor D was a 2.57, and vendor C was a 3.67. So again, from a quantifiable perspective, and this is just going through rating what they felt was positive answers. Again, I think, as I explained last time, we're looking for a solution that is mainly out of the box, something proven in another state, and something that can be configured to fit the needs of Kansans without needing to do excessive programming to make it fit. We know some programming is going to be required. Now, based upon all of this, and I don't know if you guys want me to read these metrics, but I am going to say that through the council requested metrics, okay, the 10 items we looked at last time, vendor A received an 84.43%. I'm going to drop the decimals, an 84%. Vendor B received an 82%. Vendor C, 51%. Vendor D, 68%. I think the theme that we are seeing here is that based upon the SME's responses and in-house personnel and the PNC, we are seeing vendor A and B are neck and neck in this. There's some metrics that we can see vendor B edge out A. There's some we see A edge out B. But both C and D are lagging quite a bit behind. Now, after and I'm happy to share any individual responses. Again, rather than hit you with just a whole bunch of percentages, I'm trying to give you the summary. But the next step of our analysis here involved reaching out to states that have used these vendors. Because, to be honest, we want our people to get what they want, but we also want to find out experiences from other states. So in doing so, we reached out to at least one reference to each state. In some cases, if it was overwhelmingly positive, we reached out to multiple states. We didn't want to get an outlier. Vendor A, the strengths that we heard from other states was they very much understand unemployment insurance. They understand the application that they are selling. Their business analyst staff is excellent. The vendor leadership is very willing to work with state leadership. They're accommodating and ensured they met the needs of the state, including executives. Now, these are cumulative answers across multiple states. The weaknesses that was identified with vendor A was they're not excellent at documentation up front. They will respond if you point out to them this documentation is weak, but their out-of-the-box documentation is weak. And the communications, not always timely, but fixed when requested, not proactive. And although it's not in my notes here, I know our people doing the reference checks also mentioned the state said this is a vendor that does not nickel and dime you. So if you go back to the vendor and there wasn't something specifically highlighted or there's a misunderstanding, they're willing to fix it and not do a surcharge. Vendor B, is this kind of what you guys are looking for? I want to make sure that I'm on the right track.
I think it is. If you have slides that you're reading from, can we put those up?
Yeah.
Or can you send them to, maybe email them to Eddie and have him put them up?
Yeah, that I can do. And I do apologize, we just finished these last night.
No,
so
we appreciate the work you're doing.
I'll tell you what, I may have. Let me see if I can get this up there. It's going to take me just a moment to get to my email here. Well, probably not the premium time to have computer problems. Can I get your email address? I'm going to just try to send this to you. It should be on its way.
Thanks for doing that. You can stay at your seat if you want that.
Okay,
If you're more
sounds good.
comfortable.
Yeah, I thought there might be an HDMI port up here. Have you received that yet, Edward? Oh, you are good, thank you. We can do that, it's going to make life so much quicker.
Three of them need to say 2 days each. You put a 2 here and a 2 there on 3 of
I
them.
thought there was.
We've got a USB.
We've got a USB. There we go. It should be on there under modernization update.
We didn't have
Hello,
2 hours
Mom?
to talk about it anyway.
Hey, that looks better. And actually, Edward, we have jumped all the way down to slide 16. We should be on reference. We just finished up vendor A. There we go. Okay.
Thanks,
Sorry for the
thanks for
delay.
doing that. I think that'll be helpful.
Oh, yes, yes, sir. And I apologize for the delay.
That's quite all right.
So again, recapping on vendor A, I think probably the most important question, at least in my opinion, is at the bottom. These states that are working with these vendors, would you hire them again? And overwhelmingly, vendor A had excellent rehire. There was not any one of the states we talked to that would not use them again. So they did have excellent results. And again, the states that we talked with, I don't know in this setting if the word gushy is correct, but they were very gushy over this vendor. They really liked them. So if we can go to vendor B, please. Vendor B, when we visited with these states, they told us that they were exceptionally organized. Once again, they were flexible and adaptive. This is another vendor that did not nickel and dime, but they, when pushed on that subject, they probably were not as flexible on give and take as vendor A. Ease of use in the software package, it was easily configurable. I will also add to that, this vendor's software package has a lot of bells and whistles and configuration options. So they're very adaptable to different environments through just simple configurations. The states stated that troubleshooting and problem solving was the strength, and they, just like vendor A, had very strong UI knowledge. The weaknesses, these states noted that data conversion was somewhat challenging in the process, as well as documentation, so that is a similarity with vendor A. When we asked if they would be rehired, the answer is yes. This vendor is the same. Vendor C, we didn't get a lot of feedback on vendor C. In the RFP responses, there were limited client references as well as limited client references from NASWA provided. But the ones we did talk with were not overwhelmingly supportive of vendor C. They felt like they managed the client very well. They worked with the client, but their developers and testers were not necessarily experienced. The solution was not strong. And instead of making changes to the solution, they would force things instead upon the client. So trying to get the client to modify. Once again, there seems to be a theme here. Documentation was poor. This is the first vendor we ran into that in all events, the rehire was no. They would not rehire this vendor. And finally, on to vendor D. We had a little more positive response on vendor D than we did on vendor C. Vendor D is a cloud solution. I think very important, they did not cut and run during the pandemic. They stuck with the states and rolled with the punches. In other words, they made creative solutions and worked with them, I think as many of these vendors did. They did not have strong quality testing, though. Bugs were found throughout the deployment and afterwards, which leads into point number 2. if you're going to adopt this solution, you better do a lot of regression testing. I mean, you want to do regression testing, quality control every step, but they said be especially cautious with this vendor. A lot is lost in translation. So in other words, the business rule that the agency has and is set forth is not necessarily brought through in the solution. And we now have a grand slam, all 4 of them, documentation, and many workarounds in system to compensate for undelivered functionality. Once again, that goes back to the first point there. This isn't also, the states would not rehire this vendor. Okay, let's go to the next one, please. Yeah, and there is no next one. Okay. So if we can go back and pick up some of the other slides if you guys want. Or you guys can read these, talk to me if you have any questions. But again, this is when we ask 11 SMEs, the top 2 vendor ratings, it came out obviously to a total of 22 answers. And vendor A was overwhelmingly the top, vendor B second, and C and D. And by the way, these answers were given without sharing any of the state's input, without sharing any of the professional staff, myself, or my project manager's opinions or results. These were all taken directly from the mouths of the SMEs to the PNC committee. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions on the presentation or any part of the process that I can help.
Okay, yes, thanks for that. We'll open for questions, and we'll start with Deputy Secretary Brady.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just had a few kind of thoughts I wanted to add to provide to the council. The first thing I'd want to say is that Kelly and his team and the UI subject matter experts worked over the weekend and everything to assimilate all of this information, put it in what Kelly presented to us. So I just wanted to convey my gratitude to Kelly and everybody that worked on that. They all understand, more than most, the importance of moving quickly in this space. The other kind of comment I wanted to add was, I spoke to several members of the council yesterday throughout the day after our morning testimony and got some feedback. We saw a presentation yesterday that I think piqued the interest of many members of this council. And then based on the information that's been presented by Kelly and the bids that we currently have, it sounds like we have 2 very possibly solid solutions that we'll want to evaluate. What I've been thinking, and after conversations with a few members here, I think we want to make sure we evaluate those very quickly to see whether or not they are solutions that are viable and fit the needs of Kansas. And then this council can, perhaps have a discussion with the agency of either are those solutions that meet the needs of Kansas, or is there a possible expansion or, more things we need to look at. That was, what I was kind of thinking of this morning and last night, and after, some conversations here. My kind of question to Kelly and Representative Hoffman would be, my understanding is we've really got most of the groundwork completed to this point. The kind of formal step that we're completing right now is the pros and cons list that needs to be submitted to the Department of Administration. Would it be a fair assessment if I were to say we can get that part done relatively quickly and then request the top 2 vendors that appear to be the closest fit to what we might be looking for to get in for demos in the near future? Is that a feasible kind of time frame and approach if we decide to go that route?
Yes, Deputy Secretary. What our goal is to have the formal pro and con list completed, circulated to all members of the PNC by Tuesday. By next Tuesday, we've held numerous conversations. I believe there's agreement, but we'll get this circulated for any edits, updates, and our goal is try to get it to the Department of Administration by Wednesday. I do not know how long D of A will take to review it, but hopefully, if that can be turned around within a few days, then we could actually schedule vendor demos with the top two following week. And I would say we could have a formal decision probably by the second week of August. That would be my hope. That's the best case scenario, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. And Mr. Chairman, one of the things I was thinking about a lot was the demonstration we saw yesterday shined a lot of light on, just what we want to see. I think that the proposals that were sent to the agency in response to the RFP are helpful for this initial stage. But I think everybody, on this council would probably agree with the statement that you really just have to see it in action, see it demoed, and have that, very robust question and answer with the vendor representatives. And I know yesterday, I asked a lengthy series of questions. I certainly had more, but in the interest of time, reserved some of those. I would almost be of the opinion that each vendor would have a full day of start at 9:30 and go until the questions are exhausted, just to ensure that every member of this council and then agency representatives could have an exhaustive review. And I think that based on that, we would determine if one of those vendors is a path forward, or if there's other options we need to look at. So those were just a few comments I wanted to add this morning after I had conversations with several folks here and after I had some time last night and this morning to think that over. And it sounds like we could, from a time frame perspective, attempt to move quickly to get those vendors in here and determine that path forward. Thank you.
I think I agree with all of that, almost 100%. So we just got to figure out how we're going to do that. It sounds to me like we already have narrowed the field to two people. If states weren't going to rehire somebody, then I don't know why we would hire them. And so for all practical purposes, would you agree that we've narrowed it to two companies?
Yes, mister. Yes.
Then that could save some time. When you say that you're going to have demonstrations, are those private as well?
What we're hoping to do, of course, we understand the desire of this council to have a demonstration session. What we would like to do is we're going to schedule some with our SMEs because they're probably going to have vastly different questions, and then we'll schedule according to this council as well. All vendors will understand they have to give two presentations. So, yeah, those would be private. Wouldn't have to be. I was just afraid that there may not be adequate bandwidth to get 20 SMEs as well as yourselves all an audience.
Okay, so if we scheduled a meeting, you think that it would be, do you agree with the Deputy Secretary that it would take a full day for each presentation?
I think it easily could take a full day, yes, sir. Now, if we split these into two sessions, I believe that we could probably, for the council, schedule vendor, I'm making this up, vendor A in the morning, B in the afternoon for you guys. It's going to take a full day to get both sets of the SMEs and the council through the vendor, but I believe those could be split up.
Okay, so after you narrow it down to two companies, you have your demo. When it comes back before this council, you think one day would suffice to review both companies?
Yes, sir. Yeah, one full day.
One full day. Okay. Deputy Secretary.
And I'd be interested in feedback from Mr. Hayes and Mr. Oswald. Part of my kind of planning for longer demos and presentations was I was very interested in the solution that was presented yesterday, for example. And I know that I had a ton of questions to get to an exhaustive response. I would suspect that several members of this council, especially those that have worked with other states and seen solutions, are going to also have a laundry list of questions. And part of my thinking there is I want to be as exhaustive as possible in that demonstration, because I think after that, the conversation in this council is one of these the ultimate solution, or do we have to go back to the drawing board in some sense? So I agree with Kelly's assessment that our SMEs are going to also have a exhaustive session beforehand, and I will certainly sit in on that to kind of hear their perspective on the in the weeds type issues. But I think a lot of members of this council are going to have a very long list of questions, and I think that might just, it needs to take a lot of time, and I think that's what it might end up being.
Okay, you sold me. We can do a 2-day session. Let me look at the calendar. You said by mid-August, you would be able to have these presentations done to the SMEs and feedback from the SMEs compiled?
Yes, sir. I can't speak for how long it's going to take for our PNC recommendation to be turned around. Assuming normal processing, mid-August would be no issue at all. Oh. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
John or Richard from D of A should be online. Maybe we could get a response from them, how long they think it would take for
I
them
think
to turn
they
around.
both are.
Yeah, this is Rick Beatty. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Rick.
DOA? Hi. I think the schedule he's laid out is very reasonable. We've been engaged with this team, even the technical side of it, from very early. So I think what he's putting out there is reasonable and doable. The challenge may be getting the two suppliers in, but I don't see a lot of issue with that over a week or so. Secondly, I have a question for Kelly. Is that possible we could have those SME subject matter expert sessions via web or virtual, so they could get that done sooner? Or do you want those in
Richard.
person?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's actually the plan, is to try to have them virtual. And so what we can do upon hearing this from the council, we can actually go ahead and start getting these vendor demos lined up now. We obviously can't hold them until we have the document completed, but there's nothing saying we can't schedule or start scheduling now.
Mr. Oswald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just comment. I agree with Deputy Secretary Brady that if we're going to do this, we're going to want to have a fairly exhaustive list of questions. One of the things I believe that is hampering this whole process at this point is, unless I've missed it somewhere, we don't know the names of the vendors and we don't know what states they've actually operated in. So I don't see how we're going to ever do any kind of proactive preparation for this until we find out exactly who we're dealing with, what states they operate in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. At what point do we get this information so we can prepare for this and actually, do some form of research on what we're trying to get into? If we're going to spend millions of dollars, I think we ought to know what we're talking about here.
I tend to agree with that. But they have told us the names of the 4 bidders, but they've assigned A, B, C, and D to them for now. I know you have a vast amount of experience in other states, and you've probably dealt with all of these vendors, and you would be able to weigh in once you could connect the dots. And I believe that when we end up doing the presentations, that we'll be able to have all of that information. Is that correct? We'd be able to, when they come in, we're going to know who they are and which vendor A, B, or C, or D they are, right?
I will have to weigh in with legal counsel on that. That will be post PNC, John. Will we be allowed to release the names to the individual letters A, B, C, and D? I thought John was on.
Sorry, I had to get unmuted. Yes, I think post PNC, that can be done. Typically, we wouldn't do that till post award, but it's going to be a little different here.
Well, yeah, I would think that if they're going to present to us, they wouldn't be redacting their names from the presentation, but I mean, it would be pretty easy to connect the dots. But I'd tend to agree with you. I mean, we were charged with making a decision by the 27th, and we certainly can't do that with the information we've been given.
And if I may just add one more comment, I'm going to be looking at this from a completely different perspective than what the state of Kansas is and what the employee, representatives are going to be looking at. I think that the more information we can get out there so we all are educated, so we can all ask questions from our particular purview, point of view is going to be very valuable. I mean, if we're going to do these presentations, and I understand they may have some legal requirements they have to meet, but I think we need to get this information out as soon as we possibly can. So that's just my comment about that. So thank you.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you. I'm just coming at this from a perspective, and perhaps I'm in the minority here. Wait, I am in the minority here. But anyway, my concern is that I'm coming at this from a perspective of a legislator, so I have ethical concerns. Frankly, I would prefer to have the names redacted. I want to make unbiased decisions. I don't want to know this company's name because what if they contributed to me or something in the past? I've got those concerns. If we can hear from legal on that, because I want to know what they offer. I want to know how they've been, but also there are some things that I don't think that I should know because I want to be making an unbiased decision here. So those concerns of mine have been addressed, and I hope that legal will provide some input on that. Thank you.
Deputy Secretary Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to add from what I've heard from Department of Administration and my knowledge of the process, I think that next Tuesday, Wednesday, once the PNC completes that pro-con list and they've done the evaluation of the vendors from that perspective, at that time is when we will be able to share with the members of this council the information on the, it sounds like the two vendors that look like they could be the best fits for us. And we'll also be able to share the information of what states they've already implemented in and all of that with this council. I suspect based on the timeline we've been discussing here, that's going to give members of this council a 2-week-ish window to know who those vendors are, to perhaps conduct preliminary research prior to the presentations, all of that kind of information. And I will ask John or Rick to jump in if I'm misstating any of that, but I suspect based on our timeline, we can get that information to this council sometime next week.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Senator Tyson, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I applaud the Deputy Secretary on this effort because we were going, the department agency was going down one path, and they saw yesterday from the demonstration that we need to reevaluate what we're doing, and especially hearing that 2 of the vendors that applied would be a no rehire. That is very concerning, I know, to all of us. So I applaud your efforts on this. I got to thank the chairman. I wish we would have started a year ago with this council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments on the?
Mr. Chairman.
You mean like 30 years? Where were we? Are there any other questions on the process of the RFP? Ms. Woods.
I'm sorry, I have a question. I wanted clarification on when the vendors do come in. Is it going to be 2 in one day or still just the 1 each day for the 2 sessions?
I think we'll schedule it 2 days, 1 vendor each day, so that we can make sure that we have ample opportunity for everyone to ask every question that they can.
I would prefer that way. Thank you.
Good. Okay, good. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if there's going to be a scoring from the committee also. I know that everybody's going to be hopeful that it's one of the 2 vendors for our final decision. And if there would be a scoring process between, the SMEs have already been doing it, but this committee also, how we will go forward in reviewing those. Will we use a checklist from the RFP or just off on our own?
I would think that we would be able, we do need to have a mechanism to evaluate it. maybe the department could share with us how you're doing it with your SMEs, and then we can attach to that so that we can have the same matrix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and then we can add to it. That'd be wonderful.
Right,
Thank you.
right.
Yes, I believe it's attachment C in the RFP. We can get you a perfectly clean copy of that so you guys can use. It can be a little overwhelming because it's like 1,300 questions, but you can I'll provide that in a Word format so you guys can redact it to your own needs.
Thank you. Deputy Secretary, you have something?
Yeah, I think, and Kelly and I can kind of look at it. The kind of my perspective on this was our subject matter experts have very detailed requirements and sections they're looking at that probably aren't as pertinent to the council. So, and even from my perspective, I'm not the one that's submitting, our various different reports to the Department of Labor and how those are automated and generated in the new system. I think we can take that framework from the RFP and then for this council kind of take the topic sentences, so to speak, kind of the highlights and big sections, and use that as kind of the evaluative framework without having to get into the very specific RFP requirements that, myself included, most members of this council aren't going to be knowledgeable or won't be particularly pertain to them. So that is something that Kelly and I will take back early next week as we finish up the pro-con list, and we'll provide something to this committee that's going to be useful in evaluation.
Yes, I would think I would be more concerned about the functionality of the product and the responsiveness of the company than I would be whether or not they matched up to an RFP that may have been rushed. Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a point of clarification that either the reviser or perhaps legal could eventually offer clarification on. And so when we're looking at, we have this all in our handout for the Section 8 of the bill, it's my understanding that we are charged with making a recommendation to the LCC for what we think should be in this as far as modernization is concerned. But we should really be looking more at what we want as opposed to having it be company driven as opposed to who we want. My understanding, and I do want to be corrected if I'm wrong here, is that we're supposed to be looking at the actual mechanics of what we think the LCC should approve. We make that recommendation to the LCC. And from thence, it goes on to procurement where they're choosing the vendors. Now, I don't mind listening to the vendors, but I don't like the fact that this might potentially be company-driven, again, because of the potential ethical stickiness. And I just want to make sure that we're focusing on what we should be doing in the bill, which it doesn't say anywhere that we should be looking at. We're not choosing a vendor. That's procurement. That's what they do. That's not what we do. So I just want to make sure that we're actually doing what we're supposed to do and that it should be less about what these companies are presenting to us and more about what we want. Should be driven by the council, not driven by these companies. So let me know if I'm getting off track here, but that's the way that I read Section 8. Charles, I don't know what your input would be, but happy to have that clarification.
Charles Reimer.
Thank you, Chairman. So I've handed out a copy of Section 2 and Section 8 of the bill for the council to review. I think our perspective, and Revisor Hamilton can jump in if he has additional thoughts, is that Section 8 does indicate sort of a minimum that the council is to look at, Section 2. If you look at the language of Section 2, it's fairly broad in its charge to the council. And again, as I mentioned yesterday, recommendation is not really defined. Another section that I didn't copy and is Section 1 of the bill. If you look at subsection F, which is also a portion of the bill that speaks of the charge to the council. That is also fairly broadly worded, and I think it's fair to say that as a whole, the council's job is to really make sure that this system fits the needs of the state, working in cooperation with the Secretary of Labor. So I guess I'd hesitate to say that the council's recommendations are really limited. I think there is sort of a minimum that the council needs to address, and that's set forth. But I think, you know, certainly it's the council's role to be involved in the process. And I don't know, does that answer the question, I hope?
Yes, I tend to agree with you. I think that the intent of this was to find a program or a process or a system, build a system that fit what Kansas needs. And I mean, if we turn over a report of just a list of things that we think this system should have, then we put it in the LCC's lap and we delay the process for them to go do the research and find a company. And so it's my intent to narrow it down to a company or two and give those to the LCC. And if there's ethical issues there for people, you don't have to participate in that process. And if you're not comfortable with being on the committee, then request to be taken off. Mr. Hayes.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of spotlight Section 2, Item D, and it says the new system shall include but not be limited to any features and benefits as specified and defined by this council. And so I don't think we can make a recommendation unless we participate thoroughly in the process.
Thank you. Representative Clayton.
I don't necessarily appreciate that implication that by being concerned about ethics, that should prompt any sort of removal. I don't see anything in this bill that says that we have to specifically choose a company. I think that we have a procurement team that is in charge of doing that. And I wouldn't have had concerns if we hadn't had presentations from a company that hadn't even bid on the project. So it's my job to make sure that I am providing proper oversight through this, and I feel like that those questions were appropriate. So we can go ahead and proceed, but I would like any further clarification from legal just to make sure that we are completely on the up and up here. So I think that we need all of those voices and all of those concerns expressed on the council. Thank you.
Any other comments? Ms. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say from an employer and employee perspective, and as a member of this council, to make a full recommendation that will fit the members of this state, I think that seeing it would be very helpful. I don't think that I can make a recommendation, or I would like to see what is coming here. I don't have to know the name of the company per se. However, I would like to see the system to know that it can be effective for the members of this state. Just my opinion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayes.
Would we even have to know who A is or B is if we just have presentations from XYZ and ABC company? We may not necessarily know if they're A or B in the process.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think to the point earlier, I think that was a question if we can disclose these. I believe John has mentioned we could. I think it'll be up to the desire of the council. But number two, to the speaker's point earlier, during the presentation, it's probably going to be exceptionally hard for them to mask their identity. I mean, just because they're going to have splash screens, they're going to have everything that it's going to leak out, in my opinion.
Mr. Oswald.
Thank you. To piggyback on that, I think we're naive to think that even if we don't put it up there, a 2-second Google search is going to, we all have a laptop in front of us. So I think it's going to be all or nothing is kind of my opinion, so.
Yeah, we can't avoid it. Representative Hoffman, and then Senator Francisco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I do think that if the council wants, I don't see why we could not, I mean, all indication points that we are probably going to narrow it down to A and B. When they do their presentations, we're going to know who A and B are. But to Mr. Hayes's point, if the council wants, we could not say, well, this particular vendor is A and this particular vendor is B. We could leave that out until they've given their presentations. You're still going to know who A and B was. You just won't know who A was and who B was. I mean, that's something we could do if that helps with everybody's feeling more comfortable about it. But just an option.
It doesn't matter to me one way or another. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was kind of my point as well, is that the committee doesn't need to know who got 10 votes and who got 7 votes or what those particular issues were. But I would also say I agree that the focus should be on what information the council wants to see. So this could be a presentation to just say, does it fit all those boxes, or are we comfortable with both? Or is there one that there's something particular that the legislature was looking for that is not part of that system? But I see those as the focus rather than making a choice.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I do believe we're going to need to get some guidance from Mr. Yuri as far as signing of non-disclosure agreements, and because, again, this is still pre-contract signing. So in any case, we're going to have to maintain a level of confidentiality around whoever these vendors are. And we would be more than happy as an agency if the council has some standard questions, functionality you want the vendor to drill into. If you could get those to Deputy Secretary, we will make sure the vendor's aware and can highlight those areas. Of course, it would not be limited to those questions, but if you do have specific areas you want to address, we can make sure the vendor drills into that, and both vendors, as a matter of fact.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want, to point out this is a big step forward for the state, for the citizens of the state, the agency, the legislature, and just a reminder, this council is made up of not just legislators, it's made up of different people that are outside, the employers, employees, service organization, or service organizations and companies. I think that's your part. I mean, the PNCs, us three, we can make a decision. The department can make a decision on how it functions. But I think that's why this council was put together, is to help decide. Yeah, it may work great for the Department of Labor. It may, in the background, this may be, but it doesn't work great for the person that's trying to get their benefits. It's hard for them to navigate through that. It doesn't work good for the employer who is trying to submit their weekly and monthly taxes. So I do think it's very important that this committee has the input that they need to decide, are these two the right ones, or should we be looking for something else? So I believe that is your task. That's the reason why you're here. It's just not legislators on this. I mean, the majority aren't legislators. Well, it's close, I guess. But so I just want to, I think you're going in the right direction. I think that's why this council is in place.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to add on, because I think Representative Hoffman was very correct in his statement. What my perspective on this is that I want to ensure as much information is available to all the stakeholders. And to Representative Hoffman's point, this council is a sampling of the different stakeholders that are involved in this process. My primary goal is to make sure as much information can get to the council as possible while staying within the framework and legal guidelines of the procurement process. From everything that I've heard today, I think we have a path forward that is going to allow us to stay within that compliance lane, but also get a very robust set of information to this council and to members of the agency to look at these solutions and make a determination. But I did want to say, and I think I mentioned this to Representative Long this morning, we are in a very unique situation that, you know, for the first time in probably a very long time, every single set of stakeholders for this system is aligned with understanding and knowing that this needs to happen now and that we are on a path forward. I think that's a very positive part of this process, that we're all on the same page in that regard and getting the best system for Kansans. And like I said, I think to everything that's been discussed this morning with the Department of Administration, we now have a path forward to do that evaluation for what we have, and then have that discussion within the agency and within this council and continue to chart the path forward. So just wanted to add a few brief comments there from my perspective and agreement with Representative Hoffman's previous statement. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Representative Long, and then Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question would be, when these vendors give their presentations, Kelly, will they be presenting things that are proprietary? In other words, will they not want competitors watching? Will this have to be closed session, executive session? I mean, is there a possibility that proprietary information will be given out?
Thank you, Representative. And the answer to that question is yes. All of the responses that we receive back, whether in written form, verbal form, are covered under non-disclosure because they do contain company proprietary information, sir.
Okay, so these presentations will be executive session?
There may be certain portions of the presentations that would be under executive session. We have pretty strict rules on the COMA regulations, and we only have a certain amount of reasons that we can go into executive session, and it would be for a limited amount of time and a limited line of questioning.
Okay.
So when we come across that portion, if we need to discuss it, then we would go into executive session for that item.
And that would not be on WebEx then, right?
Right, we cannot do it on WebEx.
Right.
So
Okay, I just wanted clarification.
So, like the people from the company that presented yesterday had quite a lot more that they could have shown us, but couldn't do it over WebEx because we couldn't go into executive session.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know what to expect. Thank you.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the discussion, and I definitely, I think that with executive session, with extensive guidance from legal on what we should or should not do, because since this is a mix of lay people and legislators, the lay people are not accountable to the people that elected them the way that a lot of us are. So we have different levels of accountability and roles we need to play here. I do want to ask a question just as far as homework assignments are sort of set up for a list of questions that we might want to have these vendors address. Is that something that we get to Eddie? Is that something that we get to Deputy Brady, and when, so that I can start my work on this?
When you have them completed, send them to Eddie to circulate. And it sounds like we have less than a week. Is that right, Kelly?
Mr. Speaker, it's probably going to take about 2 weeks to get everything, I mean, through the PNC and everything. We can present these questions. We're going to start, I mean, immediately, like Monday, getting vendor demos lined up, and we'll prep them that we're going to get you some questions. So if we would have those in-house, yeah, even 2 weeks would probably be adequate, sir.
Okay, so we've got 2 weeks to submit questions. I think we had a grand total of 4 respondents to the RFP part, so maybe we can do better than that this time. Representative Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to piggyback on what Representative Long was talking about, I think that's his concerns as far as the proprietary part. I think that's why it's important to have the SMEs look at a demonstration first, because that part of it probably will be more of the inner workings of their proprietary software. And then what we saw from yesterday, I mean, the vendor that was here yesterday, they knew they were online, that everything was being, and I think for the most part, they presented what the council was probably looking for. There may be some other questions that others might have had about some of the inner workings, but so I'm not totally sure that the vendors it would have to be an executive session when you see the vendors. I think that's probably something that we probably need to talk about with the vendors and with the D of A. But to me, the SMEs would be the ones that would probably see stuff, the inner workings, more so than what, we're not necessarily care about the interface of all the different components as long as they work. So anyway, that's something to think about. That'd be my opinion, is I think most of it should be able to be probably put out in public as long as the vendors are okay with it.
Right, I think they'll present what they can. Any other discussion around the RFP? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Well, I had one last question, I guess. Were there the A and B companies, did they indicate other functionality that they're capable of working with other departments, for example, the workforce on the commerce side?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To be brutally honest, we have not gone into that line of questioning, so I'm not sure I can give you an honest answer. It's something we can find out and report back.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like for whoever's our counsel here to maybe advise us moving forward, because we're kind of moving out of the legislative role, and we could be sued, I'm guessing, if we start making decisions. How we should move forward in that course. I would like a legal document to work off of, because I don't want to be sued because someone recommended to go with another party or another group. And so I'll be looking for some legal advice in that capacity. I feel that we better be careful here. You ever get sued, you'll understand. Thank you.
Never been sued. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the contract is with the Department of Labor and the RFP with the Department of Administration. This council is outside that purview and the process. We're just making recommendations. And thank you, Deputy Secretary.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, I kind of mentioned this in my previous comment that we want to first and foremost make sure we stay in that compliance lane And from everything I've heard, it sounds like we have a path to do so. Just to kind of provide a little bit of clarity to the council, and I'll let John or Rick jump in if I misstate anything. At the end of the day, the decision-making authority falls to the PNC, which is Representative Hoffman, Kelly Johnson from Labor, and then Rick at Department of Administration. Everything that happens at the agency level and at the council level is evaluatory and providing feedback and recommendation. But in terms of the ultimate decision, that's where that is going to lie. And from every conversation we've had throughout this council, I know that the PNC is going to take all of that feedback and recommendations from the agency, from the council, the subject matter experts into account as they do so. So just to kind of make that very clear that that's where that authority lies. I do think it's come up a few times this morning. I think we will want to make sure that John Yeary and his team check all the boxes and verify that everything we're doing keeps us within compliance with the procurement laws of the state. But I think from what I've heard this morning, we have a pathway forward that accomplishes that.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Thank you very much. Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some of the stuff I've heard already, I'm not sure if, I don't know, our revisors are, agreeing with that. I mean, I agree with you, but I want a legal document saying that's the pathway forward, because if we're going to make, are we making recommendations? Are we saying we want changes made? And I want to know for a fact that, I would love that from some council that's willing to put that in a report that I agree with you. I mean, I don't think this council, we can make recommendations, but I don't think we have the authority to make any changes. So I just wanted to state that.
Okay, you've requested a legal opinion and you'll receive it. We're hearing the reviser completely differently, I think, and once we get a written document, hopefully you'll be more comfortable. Deputy Secretary Brady.
Oh, thank you, Mr. I was going to say the same thing, is that if, I know John is listening now from Department of Administration, so it'd probably be helpful for all members of the council just to get something in writing in terms of our left and right limits and everything that the council will need to do to comply with existing procurement laws. But it sounds like that's what's being requested.
Any other discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll take a 15-minute break and come back and start going through, I guess, Section 2 and Section 8 of the bill so that we can begin to think about writing this report a little bit later. And then once I hear back from Director Day on the audit, Eddie Penner. Sounds like when we come back in 15 minutes, we'll be able to get back onto the audit discussion and finish that process. Thanks.
I think we are. There's an HDMI in that. I'm pretty sure. I thought they had.
You know, I don't want to hear these vendors' presentations to these guys. That's too far in the weeds.
That's why I kind of wanted to separate them. No. I don't want to hear it either, but it is. Oh, it's, okay, perfect. Yeah. We'll know next time.
All right, council, everybody check your microphone. If there's a blue light on it, press the button to get it turned off. Before we begin talking about the audit issues, I've asked Julie Mangini to kind of walk us through the payment vouchers that are in front of you, or that most of you have filled out but still have some questions. So she's just going to briefly tell the non-legislators kind of how this works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm short. So basically, as members of this committee, everyone gets a daily rate of pay, which is, I believe, $88, same as what legislators get. You also get subsistence, mileage, and tolls reimbursement if you're present for the meetings here in Topeka. If you're virtual online, you'll just get your daily rate of pay. Now, the legislators are already in the system, and the payment has to come from KDOL. So we have to get information from the non-legislators or anyone who's not in the state system so that we can pay you and reimburse you your subsistence and your mileage and tolls. There's probably going to be a W-4 and a K-4 that non-legislators will also have to complete, because taxes will have to be withheld from the $88 per day daily rate of pay. I'm waiting on our HR person to get those sent to me. If I can get them today, I'll find some place to print them here and get them out to you. So the non-legislators also then got a form for direct deposit, because that's how you'll be paid. Our HR has asked that you provide some kind of proof of what your account and routing number is, so that we make sure we get it to the right person. If you don't have that with you today and can provide it at a later date, that would be great too. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions on the payment vouchers? Senator Francisco.
Thank you. So I got the payment voucher. You said that we should also get the deposit information?
You won't need to, because
Okay.
you're in the system already. And they can draw it from the smart system.
Senator Olson.
Will they, the non-members, will they be paid just like legislators in the way of some of it's taxable, some of it's not? I mean, if it's under 50, it's taxable. If it's over 50, I believe it's non-taxable.
Are you talking about the daily rate of pay?
The per diem.
The per diem? I do not know the answer to that question, honestly.
Tom might, I bet.
Director Day, did you want to answer that question?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Olson, the non-legislators, it depends on how Department of Labor needs to do that. But if this was something being paid by the legislature itself to non-legislative members, those that are under those under 25 miles wouldn't get any mileage, and the subsistence would be taxable outside or inside the 50-mile radius, as well as the salary.
And the en route day is always taxable.
Mr. Chair, an en route day is strictly a legislative thing, as opposed to a non-legislative.
Got it. Julie, when they fill these out, most of them are just for 2 days, so they would write a number 2 in for day at.
We have given a form for each day. So they should be able to just date it for each day that we had a meeting.
So we've had 7 meetings so far.
Yeah, and most of the non-members got 7 forms to fill out, 1 for each day of the meeting. The legislators, I think, have already been being paid because you were already in the system and they were giving you your daily rate of pay, but they did not realize they were paying subsistence, mileage reimbursement, and tolls at that point. So that's where we have to get that reconciled.
All right. I don't know that everybody received 7 vouchers, though. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I received a voucher that was already filled in for 1 day, even though the meeting was 2 days. Can I just write to over that one and?
Go ahead.
Somebody will figure it out?
Yeah, we'll just note it there, and we'll make sure that they get it.
Okay. It's clear as mud. We'll
Sorry,
work through
this
it.
is a,
We'll
this
have
is a
several
new
more meetings.
process for all of us,
Right,
so
right,
it's a
yeah,
little
well-
complicated, and I apologize.
Ms. Smith, did you have a question?
So do we need to get 7 vouchers? Do we need to turn those in? Or if we put them in for each set of meetings? I guess I have 4, so.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, if you want to do it for each set, but just note which ones were 2 days to make sure that, and I'll explain it to our HR person when I go back.
Thank you.
And hopefully, I will be seen again afterwards.
All right, thanks a lot for all that.
Sure, thank you.
Director Day, you're up. Looks like we have a new set of documents in front of us with a new watermark.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I'm Tom Day, Director of Legislative Services. As the chair noted, the newest version has a watermark, draft 07/23/2021, and this takes into account, I believe, I hope, all of the changes that occurred yesterday. I did have to listen to the meeting yesterday 3 different times on 2 of the areas, just to try and get the exact language after numerous conversations kept going back and forth. Mr. Chair, the first 15 pages have just the minor changes in them and nothing substantial. So if everyone would please turn to page 16 is where the first, and this will be a combination of page 16 and 17. The Kansas Department of Labor summarized the language of the confidentiality information, and that's what you see in blue on the pages 16 and 17. And this is exactly from the email from Kansas Department of Labor.
Okay, Deputy Secretary, did you want to comment on that?
No, Mr. Chairman, this is the exact language our legal team provided, so when the time's appropriate, I would move that change be accepted.
Okay, I think we'll review the document and maybe just accept the whole document unless there's issues. Go, you can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 22 is the next major change. At the bottom of the page, under the base bid scope, this would be number 2, and it deals with the sampling. And what I came up with after listening to the tape 3 times, it's the language that I put in there was assess and evaluate a statistically significant, projectable, and timeline-controlled sample of state unemployment insurance trust fund funded programs of fraudulent claims and improper payments. Statistically significant and projectable sampling shall be made for each quarter of calendar year 2020 and the first quarter of calendar year 2021. And that lines up with the time frame that is the scope of this audit.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had one question or suggestion for this, and that would be to start with the word compile, so that it would say compile, assess, and evaluate. I'm assuming that we are asking for them to compile those samplings, not that they would be provided to them to just assess and evaluate.
I think it's a good point. Anyone have an issue with adding the word compile to the front of that sentence? Seeing no objection. Director Day.
I believe Mr. Hayes had a comment.
Well, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In House Bill 2196, the time frame actually goes through March 31 of 2022. So if we wanted to change through first quarter of 21,
That's correct. That is correct. The scope does go through March of 22, so that date needs to be changed on.
Sorry,
Good catch.
I see that now.
Good catch. Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Just for clarification, is the report, everything's to be completed by that March deadline? So I just want to make sure that we have the correct in the RFP. Thank you.
Mr. Hayes.
so the two dates in 2196 are May 1 of 22 and September 1 of 2022. And it's a limited component that's due by May 1.
Director Day, is there any objection to changing the year to 2022 on the, seeing none? Director Day.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question, and this needs to be clarified by KDOL. Is it acceptable that the wording say State Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund?
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that phrasing is acceptable, and I think puts it in a way that's going to make the most sense to the respondents, so we're good with that.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you. Can we clarify the changes to the date? We would probably have to say all quarters of 2021. It's through, not just, so we can't just change the date. Mr. Hayes made a very good catch, and
It would be 20, each calendar, each quarter of calendar year 2020, 2021,
21.
and first quarter of 2022.
Okay.
Thank you.
Or we could even just simplify that by saying through the first quarter of calendar year 2022.
That'd be fine also.
Okay.
Director Day.
The next item, Mr. Chairman, is on page 23. This would be 2E, so it'd be the very front end where it starts at C, D, E, F, under E. Assessment of the amount of such payments that may have been avoided if the unemployment waiting period had not been waived as of March 31, 2020. That date came straight from the Kansas Department of Labor.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Seeing none.
The next one, Mr. Chairman, is still on page 23, and it's 3, and this deals with the fraudulent activities. This is where I also had to listen to the tape 3 times again. The language that I put in was examine all possible avenues for which fraudulent activities could have occurred within the unemployment insurance program to include but not limited to, I need to add a 2 in there, not limited to the human factor related to fraud and data breaches.
Seeing no discussion. Oh, Senator Francisco.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if instead of all, you would want to say additional possible avenues, because I'm not sure anyone could examine all, but it would be good to have an indication of additional.
I get it, sure. Anybody have an issue with that? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, the next one is on page 24. Number 5, under about halfway down the page, the time period for examining the time frames and milestones. Again, I'll have to change the date through between March 15, 2020 through March 31, 2022. But that was taken from the meeting yesterday examination and notation of timeframes and crucial milestones shall be for the period. And the issue yesterday was putting the time frame in there so that we're not looking back 15 administrations or of the government.
Right, and so this says 2021, but you're going to change that to March 31st, 2022 at the very end?
Correct.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, you can move on.
Next one, Mr. Chairman, is still on page 24. Listening to the tape numerous times. What I came up with was one of the last comments of Mr. Oswald, I believe, was to add the affidavit issue at the very front end of that paragraph so that it states provide affidavit stating and then all of the information that's requested. And the employment background check has been made. They're sort of basically certifying that the affidavit, the background checks have been made on each individual who may be performing the audit services.
Seeing no discussion on that item, we can move on. Is that it?
Mr. Chairman, the last piece is on page 26, and that's where I had to take the items out of the additional items, cost or bids, and then put them on the cost sheet. And I've added the 3, 4, and 5 there, which lines up with the additional items on previous pages.
Seeing no discussion on that.
Mr. Chairman, that's all of the changes throughout the document that had not already been approved prior to. These were the additional changes during yesterday's meetings that occurred. And with that, Mr. Chairman, the only comment I would make is that this council allow the staff, myself, post-audit reviser and research staff, once we come to a final agreement on the entire RFP, is that we be allowed to go back and pretty up the document for one more final look at either misspellings, possible misspellings, or anything like that, as well as indentations and the like.
Is that a new technical word? Pretty up?
Pretty up, that's right.
We usually make that motion especially in large bills. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that on page 27 that dates do not need to be corrected as well.
They do.
Thank you.
That would be one of those items they would have caught that we would give them leeway to make a change. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking over the language from the department on to protect the data. I just want to make sure it does describe the unemployment compensation information, but I want to make sure that it's inclusive of any data that would be proprietary or I'm asking if this language is limiting. We want to make sure that everything's protected that would be proprietary or private or secure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator. And I think so because the second to last paragraph speaks to the information we receive from federal agencies that's in addition to kind of what's described above. So I think that encompasses everything that's either UI claim information or related information we get from other agencies.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that there's not other data or information, maybe they stumble across employment, social security numbers, that type of stuff, for the agency itself, not just unemployment claimants. I don't know what data is in these systems and what access they have to. That was my only concern. So if he's comfortable with it, I'll live with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and I would point out that this is in the RFP, it's not in the contract. So when we draft the contract, we'll be more specific, or we can get more specific if we need to. Senator Francisco.
Thank you. As part of the prettying up process, I hope the word "to" might be added when we talk about examine possible avenues to include but not limited, and add to the human factor.
I have that marked already.
Yeah. I think he pointed that out when he was reading it. He caught himself. Well, we'd entertain a motion to accept the document with the changes. Then we'll start talking about the dates.
I'll move that we, the changes that were proposed, and give Tom Day and you guys the. I'll start over. Okay. On the request for proposal dated 7/23/2021, I proposed to move forward all the technical changes that we talked about today and give you the opportunity to pretty it up or make any other technical changes.
Seconded by Representative Clayton. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. Okay, Director, we need to talk about the date to release this RFP, the date for the conference, and the date that these would be due. I believe there's another date for question Q&A. Can you, or?
We can start with the data posting. I hesitate to post this too far out from the August 30 legislative post audit. However, we could post it before that occurs, just so that it's out there. We can also make comments on the website, the homepage of the legislature, where it states that dates may be affected by other, dates may be changed and could be affected by other issues or whatever, something along those lines. But we could definitely post it early just so it's out there. And to start with the data posting at this point.
Okay, yes, I believe that the intent was to post it and then have the conference date be a few days after the audit from post-audit is released. But I believe that at one point you stated that those dates shouldn't be more than 30 days apart or something like that.
That's kind of a normal posting, is 30 days. But as many technical postings occur, and I don't know what the modernization of the computer system at KDOL has been. My guess is it may be a much longer period than 30 days. But a lot of times we will use a 21-day posting or a 30-day posting, but that is entirely up to this council. And if you want the possibility of more people to be able to see it, even though I don't know how to advertise that out, other than the list of names that we have, plus others that we may get along the way for the potential vendors that we could send this out to. So at this point, if you were to have a September 2, 3, or 4 date for the pre-bid, which would be shortly after the August 30 meeting of the LPA. We could post this around the 15th of August and have it sitting out there for a couple weeks. We could post it next week and have it sitting out there for almost a full month, or a little more than a month, before we come into a pre-bid conference timeframe. So entirely up to the council, and I could send, if we post it online on the legislature's homepage, let's say next week, I could still go ahead and use the list that we have already compiled to send out the posting of an RFP to those companies and let them at least have it in hand. Or we may get a few bounce backs of emails or something like that, that I might have to find a better email for that company and then be able to send it back out. So whatever the council desires, we will definitely heed and move forward.
Okay, I would point out for the council that I believe the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th is the weekend of Labor Day. And so it would probably be difficult for us to get a quorum. And so we'd probably have to have the conference sometime midweek, like the 8th or 9th of September. And then we can work backwards from there. I mean, the longer we can have it out there, as long as there's not an issue with it, I would think the better.
Mr. Long may have an idea on if the RFP sits out way a month before the pre-bid conference, that shouldn't be an issue, should it? Okay.
Council, would anyone have issues having the pre-bid conference on September 8th? Senator Francisco.
I will just check with Senator Pittman to see if he can get you an answer for that.
No issues with that. Let's plan on that for now. I think Senator Pittman has a red stripe in his hand right now. So we can plan on the 8th for the pre-bid conference. And posting when it's available.
You want it posted in July, or you want to wait till August? We only have 1 week left in July. We could have it posted Monday, August 2nd, or I can definitely get it posted next week, either way.
Oh, that sounds good. That'll give you time to make sure to do your prettying up.
So we'll shoot for August 2 to post.
August 2 to post, September 8th for pre-bid conference. Then there's another date for Q&A.
The Q&A, since we're going to post this a good 5 weeks out before even the pre-bid conference, we could probably have the final questions date either September 15th or the Friday of September 15th might be the best, 1 week later, for final questions and and then we would get the answers out as quickly as possible after the 15th.
And then close within a week after that, or how does?
I would say close either 1 week after, well, closed, which would give them 2 weeks from the pre-bid conference, especially since the posting has been out there for 5 weeks. That gives them still plenty of opportunity. It gives them 5 weeks to know if they want to do it. And then some of them will even start on a potential bid.
Mr. Hayes?
As far as the Q&A that comes back on the 15th, give or take, will the council be meeting to reply to that, or will that be research, or where are we involved in that process, if at all?
We're the ones that are charged with contracting with the company, and so I would imagine we would have to meet to review the Q&A.
If I could make a recommendation, maybe have the Q&A on the 14th, and would we want to meet on the 15th and 16th? Because at some point, we definitely need to get, would we want to move that quickly?
Director?
The 14th would be a Tuesday of September. I think we could definitely have this close on September 24, which would be a Friday.
Director Stowe, are we allowing enough time from the pre-bid conference to Q&A from the 8th to the 4th, if we had the Q&A due by the 14th?
Mr. Chairman, I would think so.
And then typically, would you say we could allow one day to review that on the 15th, or would it take longer than that?
I would think one day would be sufficient.
Then when we would get it would probably take a day or two to write the response and get it back to them. That's typically done by email, not by mail, right?
Typically, Mr. Chairman, the questions and answers, and based on the information that's in the request for proposal, the questions and the answers will be posted on the homepage of the legislature. It'll be their responsibility to continuously look at those for additions of questions and additions of answers to the homepage.
Okay. That way everyone gets all the questions and all the answers. And typically, how long do you give the companies to complete the RFP after the question and answers?
Based on this entire time frame here, I believe we could easily say September 24. That gives them 10 days after the Q&A. And by the time we would get answers to the Q&A, the final Q&A, not the pre-bid conference, but the final Q&A, if it took us a day or two, if it took the council a day or two to get those answers back that they are asking questions of, that gives them right at a week to 9 days to get the final bid in. We're actually giving them at this point, based on the dates, almost a full 2 weeks, or 2 months.
Well, I guess if any of them have been listening to the discussions, they'll have a lot longer than that. But, okay, so let's review that.
And Mr. Chairman, as a comment had been made, I believe yesterday, I don't think it was last week, I think it was yesterday, about the change of dates. We have liberty to change those dates as we move through this entire process. I believe Secretary Brady made that comment.
Yeah, I think that gets done quite a bit. We just did it on the RFP for the modernization. They extended that because there were so many questions. So let's review the dates.
The posting would be August 2nd. The pre-bid conference would be September 8th. The final Q&A would be September 14. Or the final deadline for questions would be the 14th. And then the final bid responses would be due on September 24.
Any discussion on the dates that we're discussing? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the committee was then talking about meeting on the 15th. It might be good to meet on the 16th so that if questions are in by 5 p.m., there would be a chance for staff to review those and make sure that they had the information for the committee.
Okay.
But I know that that's one of the dates that's not being discussed. Just
right. Yes, so the plan would be to meet the day after, a day or two after the Q&A closed, and sometime after, I don't know how many days we would need after the 24th on the close when they would all the RFPs would come back. Typically, how long does it take to compile that information?
For the Q&A or for the bid proposals that come in?
After the bids per proposals come in, how long do we need to compile those in order for the committee to review them?
If we received 100 proposals, it would take us a while. If we receive one, we can have it the next day. Plus, Mr. Chairman, in this RFP, we have requested 13 copies so that each member will have a copy of the bid proposal.
And are those distributed right away where we could start reviewing them and then maybe meet a week later?
Mr. Chairman, you cannot review them until the bid closes.
So if the bids close on 9/24, we could review them after that?
Correct.
They could be distributed after that and then?
Correct.
Senator Tyson?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure that we leave enough time for the audit. I'm a little bit concerned into September, but I know that may be the only option that we have for this council, so thank you.
And to Senator Tyson's comments, I was sitting here counting on my fingers, except I didn't have enough of them. This gives the vendors 7 months to finalize their proposal for the May 1 deadline. And the contracted vendor gives them 7 months to do their first range of analysis that's due by May 1.
Director Stowe, is that an adequate timeline?
I think it is. It's getting a little tight, but I think it's doable. It'll depend largely on Department of Labor's ability to get them the data and information they need. I know that is always a challenge, and that will be something I'm sure the vendor will have to work closely with Cato on.
Deputy Director?
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with Mr. Stowe's comment that it's tight, but probably doable. He pointed out correctly that, making sure we get all the different data sets to them as quickly as possible is going to be the key factor here. The perhaps good thing we have is that we've already pulled a lot of the relevant data sets for the LPA audit. So a lot of this is, we're not having to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. So I think that with that in mind, it's tight but doable.
Okay, great, right. And we are going to be starting with what post-audit develops on August 30th, so there's going to be a pretty big dent. Are you comfortable with that, Senator?
Thank you. I was also thinking from a vendor perspective, if the timeline, but it is what it is. We'll go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Any other discussion on the timeline dates? Mr. Hayes?
Once the council convenes, once we have the bids and we're looking at that, making a recommendation, how quickly does it take to award? What's that process once the council makes a recommendation?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Hayes's comment, it depends on the contractual negotiations that'll have to take place, because there are many companies sitting out there that once they see a lot of the contractual language that we have to have in the documents, they want them changed. They want them removed. even language that's in the required form of the state for the DA 146A. A lot of companies will even try to change that. And, you know, we have very small window of latitude to change that information and that language. So a lot of it will depend on the contract negotiations. I know with some of the IT issues that we deal with here in the legislature, just doing some leasing contracts sometimes will take us 10 days to 2 weeks. Mr. Long usually works on those contracts, and I would say by the time we move information back and forth between the vendor in those contract negotiations, sometimes it's 2 weeks before we finally get a final product of a contract ready to sign by both the vendor and the legislature. And Mr. Long may have additional comments on that as well.
Supervisor Long?
No, I have nothing further to add. That's an accurate description of the process.
Can you hang on just a minute? Director Stowe, once a pre-bid conference happens, is there typically still a lot of Q&A that comes after that?
Mr. Chairman, I have very little experience. The process was mostly done by Scott Frank and Julie Pennington, our prior audit manager, so I was not personally involved. To my understanding, they had a lot of pre-bid conference questions, but I don't believe they had a lot of follow-up questions after that. I think they were able to resolve most of them through that pre-bid conference.
Director Day?
I would agree with that statement as well, and I believe I saw Deputy Secretary Brady nodding his head yes as well. So, but I believe that's there should be, unless a vendor did not show up for the pre-bid conference, there should be very little questions after the fact.
So then could we tighten the timeline a little bit after the pre-bid conference?
I believe if you want September 14th as the final date for Q&A, or maybe even go
I mean, do you think we'll need 10 days after the Q&A if there's we're not expecting a lot of questions?
Mr. Chair, due to the complicated nature of this possible audit, I don't know. I really wouldn't want to speculate on that. I don't know if the Deputy Secretary would have any, based on the comments that he made, that a lot of the information's already been compiled for the LPA audit. This could be less complicated already based on that compilation that has already occurred. So yes, we could tighten it up to go even earlier than September 24.
Well, I'm just sitting here thinking if we receive them all by September 24th, we get copies of them all, we review them, I mean, we are kind of getting down the road a little bit. So if we receive the Q&As on the 14th and we're able to get through them sometime that week, and posted, we could have, I mean, heck, we're only talking about a few days, so I guess it doesn't really matter. We can just leave it at the 24th. Mr. Hayes.
The only thing I would say is if you did want to tighten it up, you could close it, say, on the 21st on that Tuesday, and then leave that Thursday, Friday if we wanted to convene and try to get in front of it. But like you said, just a couple of days, I don't know that it's going to change the stars at the end of it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we need more time to, hopefully we'll have several responders, and we need more time to digest it. Let's leave it at the 24th unless there's other discussion. Okay, so what I'm showing is 8/2 for posting, 9/8 for the pre-bid conference, and that would be a meeting date for all of us. 9/14 for Q&A, and we would meet soon thereafter to discuss those. And then 9/24 for the close of the RFP. And we would review those by the end of that week, or the beginning of the following week. Any discussion on that? Senator Tyson?
Sorry about this. Could you please go over the pre-bid conference is the 8th, and there'll be questions from there to this council. And you expect us, and we're expected to respond by between the 14th, 15th, and 16th, is that correct?
This is all new to me, Senator, so I'm not quite sure. I think that the pre-bid conference, we're all here and they're here asking questions and we're giving them answers then.
Okay.
Is that incorrect?
But it's my understanding on pre-bid also that there may be questions that cannot be answered at that time. And usually there's a response period after a pre-bid conference. So.
Okay. Would that be included in the additional Q&A that would be due by the 15th or by the 14th?
Mr. Chair, it could be done. We could make that just all inclusive and so that the answers were out on the 15th or 16th. It's better to especially have the technical questions answered shortly after the 9/8, and the policy issues of this audit could be taken up at the later date as well. But I believe most of your policy issues will probably be able to be answered that day based on the intent of the legislature and the intent of the council.
So we would be able to answer the questions regarding the scope of the audit. Staff would be able to get them answers over the next few days for the technical issues.
If you gave us that latitude, Mr. Chairman, we could definitely answer the technical issues, but the policy issues should all be answered by the council.
And then the Q&As are due on the 14th. We would meet later that week to review those, and we could wrap everything up at that time. Does that address your concern, Senator Tyson?
I think so. I just know that we're, yes, and then the final document would be due on the 24th, correctly?
Correct.
Yeah, I think that gives us enough leeway in play that if we have to adjust the schedule based off the questions that we receive from vendors, I think that will work. We'll just have to be flexible during that time frame. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. Director Day.
Again, Mr. Chairman, this council can always change those dates if we have to by 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Or whatever length of time you want.
All right, so let's get a motion for posting of August 2nd, 21, pre-bid conference September 8th, 21, Q&A September 14th, 21, and closing of the RFP of September 24th, 21. Senator Olson moves and Mr. Hayes seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. All right, so we've got the document, we've got the dates. Is there anything else we need to address today? Director Day.
The only thing, it's more of a comment than addressing the issue. Comments were made yesterday, I believe, by Senator Olson, as well as a couple others within the room, about seeing the final product of this. We will have that ready probably by Monday, and maybe even late this afternoon. But I will say by Monday, I will send the final product to Mr. Penner, and he can send it out to all the members of the council for one final review of what we feel is the final product.
Okay. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a very good conversation with the Department of Revenue this morning, and the compliance officer believes that the suggestions I made were good, and they are going to be reviewing it. If it happens to be finished, I hope the council would include those changes if they have been made by the Department of Revenue. Thank you.
What changes were you?
I was asking that they might say on their tax clearance certificate, instead of to see if the Department of Revenue will issue the certificate, they say have issued, because they agreed that it would have already been done. And then instead of just a discussion about why a certificate wasn't issued, they would identify what needs to be changed to get a certificate. I think that's more positive, and they agreed because that's exactly what they are doing.
Okay, and so that's part of the boilerplate part of the.
It's part of the boilerplate.
So, is there any issues, council, with if that change is made on the boilerplate, if that is included on our RFP? I'm seeing no discussion on it. I don't think there'll be an issue. Mr. Hayes.
Just while the dates are fresh in our mind here, before we transition to the next, would we want to look at additional council dates beyond the 9/8 date, just so we can get those set in motion?
Yes, so, and just looking at it, we'll be here on the 8th for the pre-bid council. I would imagine we would be here on the 16th and 17th to review the Q&As and wrap up any additional technical questions that were left over from the pre-bid conference, so that we can get those back and posted. And then the 24th is when the RFPs are due. I would imagine we would come back on October 4th, tentatively. October 4th and 5th. Mr. Hayes.
Will there be an additional date to look at the LPA, or we're going to meet prior to the pre-bid conference for any reason as well?
We'll discuss that this afternoon as we're going through the report, and I think that the department's going to get back to us on when we can actually get presentations from the two companies that they narrow it down to.
Thank you.
We'll meet those days.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What would be helpful to me is if you could just have, when you work a calendar, have it all emailed out by Eddie to us. That'd be helpful, and then we can log the dates in. Okay? Thank you.
Once we have the dates, we'll get them to you, yes.
Sure, thank you.
Any other discussion on this? Do we need any other motions? Nope. Okay. All right, thanks so much again for all your time and efforts and listening to our tape 3 or 4 times. And prettying it up. Mm-hmm. All right, so that's the end of that discussion. We can get back to we have, our lunches are here, so why don't we all go grab that, and then when we come back, we'll start the discussion on the report. Okay, council. Let's write a report. This is the reason the council was really created, was this is the crux of it. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where we don't have virtually any information to make a decision at this point. And so I think our best option is to address Section 2 of the bill and get through what we think, where we are at this point as to what we think the system needs to be like, and the components that it needs to have, and the I guess the different types of software. I'm not quite sure the right word to use there, but the technical aspect of it, with the understanding that we're still learning the process. We just picked up yesterday that it would be great to have the workforce part integrated into the system. And so we need to be clear that we're still learning the process, and as we go and we hear from vendors that our ideas and our recommendation will congeal further down the road, for lack of a better term. It's unfortunate that we're in this situation, but it's the situation that we're in because of conflicting bill and RFP process that were done out of two different branches of government. But we'll do the best we can to make the best recommendations we can at this point, knowing that those recommendations will probably change as we go forward, and hopefully we'll get the leeway to do that. So with that, we'll open the discussion. I know that we had a list of components in the original bill. Oh, okay. That we were cautioned by several people not to include in statute because technology can change over years, and so we didn't want to codify and limit ourselves going forward. As we've seen from talking to some of the states and talking to some of the vendors, that a lot of this technology is automatically changed going forward on these off-the-shelf programs, and having things in statute might limit that from happening in Kansas. And so we took those components out for now and the technology out of the bill so that this council could make those recommendations at this point in time, and then we can make changes going forward without having to worry about changing the statute. And so I believe I had Mr. Hayes email those to Eddie Penner, and he'll get those to us to review, and we can start with that. Features and benefits, that's it. There it is. I'm sorry, folks, you know, my head's not in the game today. My head's in Wichita with our colleagues, so I'm having some difficulties today. The other item that we most likely will want to recommend is the date of December 31st, 2022 as a completion date. Probably want to talk about that. It's not ours to change, it is the LCC's to change, but we probably want to make sure they look at that in when we make our recommendation. We'll give Eddie a few minutes to get that email out. It's out there. Mr. Oswald?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it might be a good starting point. I'm just making this a suggestion, is to, since in my opinion, the Kansas Department of Labor is going to probably have 50 to 60% of the functionality of this particular program. You know, the claimant side obviously will have a portion of it, the employer side will have a portion of it, but at the end of the day, the back office portion of this is going to be pretty important, the functionality. It might be useful to begin with what the KDOL has put as a priority and what they've have emphasized as important things and functionality and usage and stuff like that. Just a suggestion as a starting point.
I'll take any suggestion I can get. Thanks. Deputy Secretary, would you have compiled any sort of listing at this point?
Mr. Chairman, I could probably share some of my high-level top priorities and what I think we want to ensure is part of this system. And then, as staff compiles the report, they can kind of take liberty with my comments to put that in the proper format for the report. I've said it a few times, and I'll say it again, one of probably the most important pieces of the modernized system needs to be is we are off of the mainframe for reliance for base unemployment processing, both in the benefits and tax side. To me, that is the top priority, and kind of specific to that, a modernized solution that has the ability to be agile and adapt, something I think that is now prevalent in the vendor community, especially after the pandemic programs, is making sure that the solution selected for Kansas is something that can change with changes to federal law or guidance or new programs or programs resurfacing. That would be probably one of our top concerns. Additionally, what I would like to see in the modernized system from the agency perspective is a solution that is as wholly integrated as possible and does not rely too heavily on multitudes of different systems, being ancillary to it and communicating and storing data in different areas. I think what I'm trying to get there is something that is as consolidated a solution as possible that makes it easier for our claimants to get the information they need. It makes it easier for the staff at the agency to route and workflow information. Those are kind of a few of the high-level initial thoughts I had. I'm actually going to take a look back at Kelly's presentation because I think he had also highlighted some stuff that's one more level down from that in terms of what our recommendations and what our goals are with the new system.
I'd say that's a good starting point. Senator, Mr. Oswald, and then Senator Tyson.
So, Deputy Secretary, a couple of things I just kind of making notes on as you were talking. Obviously, getting off the mainframe is kind of a, I think that's, obviously the number one goal here. One of the things I was looking at, thinking through here, the process of one of the most important functions that the K2L is going to be dealing with is the receipt of payments through the quarterly payroll tax, something like that. Kind of, why don't you maybe a little bit elaborate on what you're looking for in the ways of kind of modernizing and making that more streamlined for employers as far as payment of quarterly payroll tax, quarterly reports, stuff like that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oswald. I think that additionally on the employer side kind of goes to some of what my high-level goals were on the claimant side as well, ensuring that the modernized system has everything in one place. The vendor solution, ultimately makes the burden on employers as low as possible, but also ensures that the processes are as automated to the greatest extent they can be. I think it's something that every vendor is aware of, but whatever ultimate solution is chosen in Kansas needs to be able to integrate with programs like SIDES, even on the fraud side as well, need to ensure that our solution that's selected can integrate fully and in an automated fashion with like the Integrity Data Hub at NASWA. So additionally, and to that point, to kind of help keep things as streamlined as possible in a new system, making sure that it's very clearly demonstrated the ability for that solution to integrate with those key functionalities.
Thank you for that answer. Along those lines also, what is your opinion of the streamlining of the adjudication process? What type of features have you been looking for in that way? I mean, I would think from a back office point of view, an adjudication, a lot of that could be done up front. You described your current process of jumping from screen to screen. And I mean, if a claimant said, Jeff Oswald quit for another job and we're not the last employer and the chargeable, we're just a base period employer, I would think that there'd be some processes in place that you could put in that would help streamline that whole issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the claimant adjudication side, I think one of the things I know that some modernized solutions are doing, I don't want to use the term auto adjudicate, but when they ask the eligibility questions, if an eligibility issue is raised, most unmodernized systems, including our current system, send out a form the claimant has to fill out, send it back. It's a time-consuming process. A modernized solution should be able to ask those questions in real time as the claimant's filing that weekly or initial claim for many of the issues. What that also does is it keeps that information to adjudicate and determine that issue within the system, so it's not going back outside and coming back in. We're keeping it all in one place, and then ensuring that as that information is available specific to that claimant or that issue, it's workflowed to adjudicators automatically so that, you know, and I think we'll see this in a lot of the solutions, but there's a method for as soon as the information is ready and available from the claimant, it's automatically routed to KDOL staff for processing and ultimately speeding up the timeliness of benefits.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. I don't have any other questions at this time.
So, Council, I would expect that most of this discussion will be between the non-legislative members, because we have people here that are representing employers, employees, claimants, and HR companies that have actually used these systems in other states. And so today is the day that I think that these are the times that we need to lean on those of you that have the experience in the field, knowing what you know. I mean, the legislators, we want to be we want to watch the dollars, obviously. We want to make sure that all of the key everybody's heard from. And so this is your opportunity. And I'm going to give everybody as much leeway as I can. If I don't see your hand and you want to speak up, especially because I have a feeling we're going to jump around subjects quite a bit here. And if you have something to say about a subject and I don't see you, just get my attention or just say something. So,
Mr. Chair.
Just like that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to throw a couple of suggestions out, to start, because I have a little bit of experience with this. And I'll welcome Deputy Secretary Brady's input as well. I think what we're all going to be in agreement is that we need something that is modernized but open source to a point. I don't know if I'm using that right term, but open to the ability to be adapted as we go forward. Okay, it's one of the problems that we obviously have received here or experienced here with this system is that it's based on technology that might as well be hieroglyphics, in computer terms. So we need something that is going to be not only modernized, but something that we can adapt in the short term, and also something that has a survivability rate, longer term than what we had currently. So I think that would be the number one goal. The number two goal, in my opinion, just throwing this out as starting points, is that it needs to be efficient. I think one of the problems with the unemployment system, and I think Mr. Hayes and Mr. Deputy Secretary Brady would agree, is that one of the hallmarks of the unemployment system is that it's very inefficient. We have an opportunity here to streamline this process, both for the claimant and for the employers, which is going to ultimately end up helping the Kansas Department of Labor. Because if it's streamlined on both sides and more efficient, then the workflow that's coming into them is going to also be more efficient. So I think efficiency is one of those things. And I think one of the things we ought to look strongly at, whatever solution we come up with, is reduction of redundancy. The Kansas Department of Labor is unique to this, but all these state systems have a certain level of redundancy where you end up handling the same issue over and over and over with a completely different, form or a completely different questionnaire. I think it needs to be, streamlined in a manner that has elimination of redundancy and efficiency in mind. And then, of course, the final point is, in my opinion, as important, is integration of all these different functions into one common sense type of. Now, what that looks like is going to be more of a technical issue, I can tell you what I think should be done from an employer side as far as looking at, your unemployment claims and your unemployment tax situation and everything. Excuse me. Right now, the Kansas the Kansas unemployment system does not allow an employer to go in and look at anything. You find out all your information basically when you receive it in the mail. Most states have now, really have pushed towards a lot more transparency, a lot more immediacy in the information. So you can actually look up, live, for lack of a better term, live determinations, where the process is and for appeals, more of a frequency of your quarterly charges. Right now we are in an annual charge situation. So I think there's a lot of, integration that can be done to provide more information to employers as to the status of their account. And ultimately, that's going to also lead to better information for the claimants, because if you're giving it to the employer, you're going to have the same information available for the claimant. So, excuse me, I'm just going to throw those out as, I think, 3 of the most important ones, and I'll welcome anybody's thoughts and criticisms on my preamble here.
Yeah, no, I think we've heard that all along, and I mean that was the biggest issue on the fraud detection was the fact that our employers only receive their charge statements once a year, and they're not going to know what their fraud was until the end of this year, really, because it'll encompass the fourth quarter last year through the third quarter this year, I believe, or something like that. But the systems, the new systems, you're notified immediately and on a daily basis. I think the Deputy Secretary has a response to that. And Katie Gibbons, we do see that you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I'll be pretty brief. I agree with everything that Mr. Oswald said. One thing I just wanted to add it on that would help probably with this report, and I think really what he was getting at, and I don't want to pigeonhole us into this specific term, but a lot of these successful solutions that I've seen in other states have a dashboard type approach to conveying information, to routing user action for the employers or the claimants. I don't know if we want to specifically use the word dashboard, but when I think how can we most effectively get information to all of the stakeholders, it's a solution like that that really provides, kind of one-stop shop or a landing point, a splash page that is useful and meaningful to claimants, employers, and anybody else using the system. But agree with everything Mr. Oswald said.
Ms. Gibbons?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo that I agree too. Having worked and speaking from the job seeker, the claimant side of this, working in workforce centers for almost 14 years now, pandemic and then pre-pandemic, I've been able to see the lack of integration together with the workforce system is really critical. And we have a great opportunity to have a system that can integrate, whether it's the same system or a different system, that it's nimble enough that those integrations can occur. So I just wanted to throw my support to what Deputy Secretary said and Mr. Oswald said, and been talking about it from that claimant side specifically. It's a hardship, and some of us who are very up on technology, it's easy to navigate these systems. However, if you aren't up on these systems, having multiple logins or the ability to go and talk to somebody in person. And what we heard yesterday in the demonstration was the ability to share that information if you had a holistic system. And it's not, we might not get there, and that's okay, but having a system to where we can dive deep into those and be able to help the citizens of Kansas as quickly as possible on their claims is just critical.
Ms. Woods, did you have something to say?
Actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo that of Deputy Brady. Also, I'm looking for something that is very user-friendly because I come from an industry where when you're in a layoff, not everyone in that industry is tech savvy. We have many people in the workforce that they don't even have up-to-date smartphones. So those are not things that they can just have available to them. So I'm looking for something that can be efficient for those that are not efficient users of technology as well.
So that'd be the older generation as well. I received complaints or questions and concerns about like the identification progress and having to upload documents. A lot of people don't even know what that is or how to do that. And so, right, you're right. So Deputy Secretary, do you have an answer for that?
I do, and I think I have a phrasing that might be helpful for our report. And this is something that the U.S. Department of Labor has talked about a lot in the context of the pandemic. But ensuring that our modernized system is accessible to all stakeholders, I think that accessibility takes a few different forms. And something that I didn't get the opportunity to ask yesterday, but was on my list is a state like Kansas, we have our urban population centers. We also have large rural populations that we need to service that may not have access to broadband. Some individuals may not have a computer or smartphone device. So when we look at, a modernized solution, it's important to have some of the stuff that makes tech-savvy users more accessible, either a smartphone app or at least a mobile-friendly web page so they can do it from a smartphone. They don't have to be on a desktop or laptop computer, but also ensuring that the modernized system is accessible in the sense of individuals that might not have access to those tools and need to find another way to connect with the agency to apply for and receive their benefits. So I think what that conversation was getting at from Ms. Wood's point was ensuring the most accessible system possible.
So then that would be, Ms. Woods, you want to respond to that?
I totally agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another thing that we ran into, or we're running into, is it's not accessible to the disabled, meaning hearing impaired, and things like that. So that is something that's major too, that most people with disabilities, they may not have that access. So we need to factor that demographic into it as well.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, I would agree with Ms. Woods. It's for the council and everybody's awareness on that topic. We work closely with the, and I'm forgetting the name of the state commission, but the Commission for Disabled Individuals or individuals that may have access concerns to set up specialized paths to ensure they're able to work with our agency to be considered for benefits. So that's how it works now, but that's not what the modernized solution needs to do. To Ms. Wood's exact point, the modernized solution needs to have that functionality built in so that we don't have to have the workarounds for any of those populations.
Mr. Hayes or Mr. Oswald, do you have any experience with that type of employee issue and systems that may be able to address something like that?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair. Usually, since the states have had to comply with the American Disabilities Act, a lot of them have made either changes to their software programming to allow some form of accommodation for a disabled individual. Many states still operate actual in-person unemployment offices too, which allows those individuals accessibility in that manner too. Kansas is a little unique in the fact that we really don't have any in-person unemployment offices anymore. We have the career centers, which probably could be utilized in that manner in some way, shape, or form. But the traditional unemployment office where you just walk in and file an unemployment claim doesn't exist in the state anymore, primarily because of the rural nature of the state. I'm sure it was a very expensive thing to do. But yeah, I would fully expect a modernized system to address any kind of disability accommodations that are needed.
Is there a technical term for that type of software?
Well, I know for, obviously for hearing impaired individuals, the TTD, right? Yeah, TTD is the most frequent form. I would be hard pressed to tell you what it would be for an individual who is sight impaired. Do you know, Peter?
I do not know off the top of my head now.
Yeah, I'd have to do some research on that, to be honest with you. hasn't come up too often, but I'm sure there's got to be a solution out there for it. Somebody's had to have run across this at some point in time. So if I could also, I want to elaborate one more on the conversation here that's been from the claimant side. I agree with everything. Ms. Woods, thank you, sorry. Ms. Woods has said. I think the other thing that is important is, and this was Deputy Secretary Brady and I were talking about this earlier in our session, is that for the first time, many people had to file an unemployment claim, and this was the first experience they've ever had with the process. And if you've spent enough time in the unemployment world, you realize very quickly that much of the language and lingo is unique to the unemployment system. It doesn't appear anywhere else. So a simple term that Deputy Secretary Brady or Phil Hayes or myself would understand as able and available, we understand what that means immediately. But to a layperson, able and available is nebulous. It could mean 50 different things to 50 different people. The process for the claimant, because I think they will be less involved in that particular type of world. An employer will be receiving unemployment claims. They'll be familiar with the process. But a claimant most likely is going to be uninformed or uneducated about that process. And I think that whatever you implement from a claimant side needs to be more descriptive, more linear, because a lot of the problems which occur with a claimant's unemployment claim when it's not a true separation, quit, discharge, is when you get into eligibility issues, that's what throws them into a bucket that delays their process. And that's why you all get phone calls, because they've inadvertently answered a question that they legitimately thought they were answering the question correctly, but they don't understand the terminology. So I think that's an important key element from the claimant side to improve customer services, make the language more understandable, for lack of a better description.
You make a good point, because there were, I would venture to say about half of the cases that I handled were just a mistake that they made because they didn't understand what they were doing. Or even at the call center level, the call center made a mistake and pressed the wrong button and threw it into a limbo state too. So you make a good point there. The employer page should, or the claimant page should be very descriptive rather than just say, were you available to work, and yes or no.
And if I may add, I think this goes back to the efficiency issues. You know, if you make these processes more understandable from the very beginning, you're going to make the whole process more efficient for everybody involved. I know there's going to be some requirements that you have to meet for the technical issues from the US DOL and the statutes and stuff like that. But again, I think that we're talking about very broad subjects here, obviously, right now. The devil's in the details, but efficiency is going to be in these details. What can we do in the expectations of these processes to make this more efficient? And that's going to impact the whole process in the long run.
Yes, I would note that this council will be ongoing, and once there is a vendor, we will have oversight over how it's, or input, not oversight, but on how it's implemented. And so as we progress down the road, we'll be able to give guidance such as that. We have Senator Francisco has a question, but first I think Jake Miller is online and he's wanting to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first wanted to raise my hand and echo what Deputy Secretary Brady said and what Ms. Wood said, because I do think 90%, maybe 80%, I mean, my percentage might be off, but the majority of people who are going to use this are claimants. And something that's always worried me and I always think about was our very first meeting of this council when Senator Tyson called in and said, sorry, I couldn't get my broadband to work. It's a reality in Western Kansas. We have areas of this state that don't have accessible broadband. And so I think ease of use and having the ability to not make everything digital and technology driven is huge. Also, I wanted to clarify, I kind of missed, and I was cutting in and out. What was Mr. Oswald referring to when he talked about the being more descriptive on the "Are you available to work" piece?
Thank you, Mr. What I was saying is that to help claimants in the process, the terminology is often very foreign to them. They don't understand it, especially if it's somebody who is a first-time user of the unemployment system, like I would say probably 75, 80% of the pandemic people were. And to give you an example, if you walked in and you started filing your unemployment claim, the first question you're asked, and it's a fundamental tenet of the unemployment system, is, are you able and available for full-time work? Well, a lot of people who were sent home during the pandemic answered that question no, because they've been sent home. They're not able and available for full-time work. Well, that in itself creates an eligibility issue immediately for them that throws them in a process that delays their unemployment benefits. That's just one example. I mean, work search waivers, work search requirements are another one. I think that to help the claimants along, which again, I'm stressing that when you get better information from the claimant up front, because they're the first entry point of this process. Nothing else happens until they enter their information. The better information you can collect from them. Now, we're not speaking as to whether or not that information is going to be, factual or accurate or anything like that. It's, it's based on their perspective of why they're no longer working for that employer. That's a completely different side issue, but the more information that you can collect up front is going to help the Kansas Department of Labor in their response in processing the claim. It's going to help the employer response because it's going to be more targeted, stuff like that. So I think there's an opportunity here to really streamline and make this more manageable and more understandable for all parties involved. Did I answer your question, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, and I do agree. Just when you said that, I couldn't think of how we would reword it, because I do know it's a question we have to ask. But I do agree with you, because I had a lot of questions at the beginning of the pandemic, where, let's say, the plumbers can't go out and work because we had a stay-at-home order and everything was shut down. And they would say, well, yeah, I'm not able to work as a plumber. Well, that's not what that question means. So I do agree with you on that. I just didn't know how descriptive you were trying to get. And so I agree with that.
Yeah, to kind of elaborate on that a little bit more is that if you logged in and you responded to an unemployment claim as an employer for the state of Kansas, you would be given options of leave of absence, not able and available, disaster-related separation. There's several different ones, and they're almost, you could construe them and interpret them all in the same way and lump a lot of different situations into it, but they don't meet the statutory definition that the Kansas Department of Labor has. So it's also not only on the claimant side, it's also on the employer side that some of the language I think is a little nebulous, to be honest with you. You could really interpret the language, in 5 different, I had trouble, and I have seen every way, shape, and form a human being can file an unemployment claim. And I was on the phone with the KDOL saying, how do you want us to respond to these? Because we didn't know. I can only imagine what a poor employer who has 8 employees who's never had an unemployment claim in their life was what they were dealing with, or a claimant like we've already spoke to. So I make, just to wrap it up one more time, I can't stress enough that whatever you put into place, I think from both sides, needs to be a lot more clear, a lot more concise, much more user-friendly, as Ms. Woods has said. And I think you're going to be surprised in how much simplicity will help the whole process along in the long run.
Okay, Senator Francisco.
I very much appreciate all the comments and really the attitude of all the members on this council to try to be doing as much as we can. You asked about ways to refer to accessibility. So we could say that we want to make sure that our system meets ADA and WCAG guidelines, and the WCAG is Web Content Accessibility Guidelines.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Ms. Woods?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From an employer standpoint and educating their employees, most employers are not always aware of how the members or the members should answer. I say members because that's just our terminology, so I apologize. May not know how to answer. I would give example for the look for work. If you're on a temporary layoff and that question comes about, it's an automatic question for everyone. As an employer, do I tell my employees you should look for work? Most people think I have a job, why am I looking? So I think clarification for employers to say exactly what situation their employees or how they should answer questions would be proficient, kind of picking back off what Mr. Oswald said.
Okay, so I agree with all that. And we do need to look at the how we communicate the questions and how to fill out the forms. We need to do a better job of that. Today, though, and that I think that discussion is better further down the road once we have a vendor, because I would venture to say that no matter what vendor we end up with, that we will be able to customize those pages and do a good job of explaining to the claimant and the company how to answer questions. What we're charged with today and what we should try to focus on, I think, not that this isn't important, and we will cross these bridges as we get to them once we have a system. They're good, important things to think about. But today we want to talk about more of the functionality of the system, more of a pinpoint conversation on the functionality and the components and the integration, I think, so that in the interest of time, that we can give the LCC some direction to start with, and then once we have a vendor, these important conversations can happen. Is that okay if we do that? I mean, I'm willing to go through it all if you feel that it's important to do today, but I think that the first step is to focus on what the functionality of the system should be. Ms. Woods, are you all right with that? Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller, and then Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of raised this point yesterday a little bit when Mr. Bean was talking, but I think it's something that we need to include in the report because it's something we need to have on the record to look at moving forward. We've had some issues with labor unions on the My Reemployment Plan when it comes to folks in the hiring hall. The Department of Commerce has done a great job of creating an email where the unions can send in an email and upload, or the members have to go do it themselves individually. I think we're going to run into issues on that when we start getting more and more people and people aren't used to it. I think the union is going to do the initial email in, but then you're going to have claimants trying to do this waiver on the My Reemployment Plan and have issues. I think we need to consider having some sort of a system where the union can almost act as an employer in a way and upload certain data to the system and request for those waivers. And that may even be something we have to change in statute, which is why I think it's important to include in the report for the LCC to consider, because I think it's something that if it does need to be changed in statute, we need to do that moving forward, or else we're going to have issues with this every time. And legislators' phones are going to ring and everyone's going to be complaining because they can't find through the system when they're technically still looking for work. And so I think that's something we need to consider.
Okay, so noted. Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll throw out here a few other kind of priorities for the council to consider. One, I'll start with quick to kind of summarize a lot of the conversation that occurred. I think that'll be poignant specifically to this report, is the modernized system needs to give the agency the ability to better educate all stakeholders. That's the functionality, I think, a lot of what the conversation was driving towards. And, you know, not just to reiterate too, there's a UI administrator guide from the U.S. Department of Labor. The last 12 pages are all acronyms. So the points that have been made that this is very niche and it can be confusing are spot on. For the purpose of this specific report, I think the functionality we're looking for is a system that gives us the tools to better educate and communicate to all stakeholders. The other, I'd add on a little bit to Senator Francisco's point on the accessibility and the research she did. I would want our report to say that we're not only looking to meet those compliance standards, but exceed them in the sense that we're not just trying to comply with the standard, we're trying to make it as accessible as possible and as easy to use for those populations as possible. A few other just kind of notes that I have here from my team and what we've discussed. One of the things I think we are going to look for in a modernized system is a level of proven success from whoever our partner ends up being. I think at this point in time, I would probably leave that a little bit more on the vague side because we're still working through some stuff, but some sort of demonstrated success that Kansas is not a guinea pig or experiment for them, and they've been in this space and had success in some capacity. Additionally, I kind of said this before, but I think I have a better way to say it now that I've got notes in front of me. We want to ensure that this system is dynamic and scalable. We know that in the unemployment world, it's very cyclical. We go through times of high unemployment, low unemployment, and we want to make sure that the system we have can move with those changes as the agency staffs up or ramps down at different periods of economic downturn or recovery. The other, I think the one thing that was talked about a lot, and then I'm just going to kind of use one term to summarize it, which I think might be beneficial for the purposes of this specific report, is a modernized and easy to use user interface and experience. I think a lot of the conversation we've had today kind of falls under that general bullet of what we really need out of a modernized system. A few other just brief items I'd add. We want to make sure that we are complying with and exceeding all existing security standards, whether that be state, federal, U.S. Department of Labor, et cetera. The ability to integrate current and potential future fraud tools that we'll need to continue to fight fraud. And I've had conversations with a few of you, and I think a consensus that I've come to accept is that fraudulent actors are still going to try to attack state systems for years to come. It's just now part of the new normal. So we want to ensure that our modernized solution can integrate the tools we have today and the tools we might be using in the future. We will want to ensure too that this modernized system gives us the best tools to do different auditing of our staff, of our compliance standards, and makes that as easy and accessible for agency staff as possible so that we can keep a strong pulse on that. And then finally, the last point I'll bring up for consideration for the council is we'll want to ensure that our modernized solution gives us very meaningful ways to get reporting and analytics on everything in the UI system, whether that's specific employer issues, current adjudication populations, where we're at on different timeliness measures, so that the agency staff has that to monitor and track performance. And then we also have that information easily and readily accessible for venues such as the council or legislative testimony, or to share with the general public. And those were kind of all the items that I asked the council to consider for this report.
Deputy Secretary, would you please email your notes to Eddie Pinner? He's over here trying to.
I will
You cover a lot of ground really fast, and he's over here. He's running out of ink.
Yeah.
So if you could email that to him, it might make it easier for him to
I'll do that right now. I won't make him listen to me all night tonight and over the weekend to try and capture that.
Senator Olson, and then
Thank you,
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I love it today. We're hearing a lot about the business side and more of it. And I think in a modernized system that the minute someone signs up, that business should have some form of text or notification. I'm sure of a lot of the wording before was predated when we were online and, when we had people in offices, and so that might be why the wording's probably not right. And so we definitely want to make it modern, but I would like to see, after this is over, once we modernize the business side, from the input to the information going back to them, and speed that process up. Same way on the consumer side, I'd like to see stakeholder groups maybe annually, where you're meeting with businesses and stakeholder groups, talking about the changes and, what do we need to do to tweak the system to make it more. I think that's probably where we've really gotten laxed over the years, where, the business side hasn't been, you haven't had that stakeholders group where you're communicating with them and finding out, what their struggles are, because we want the best system we can build. And so I think that line of communication would be good to open up, because they can help you with your fraud or some of the things. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the opportunity to give you my point of view on an item that, since I'm strictly a temporary member of this council. Speaking as a legislator, and Deputy Secretary may have hit on it at the end of his comments a while ago, but speaking as a legislator, when we came to Topeka January 11th and started our committee meetings, particularly in the House Commerce Committee, and I know the Senate Commerce Committee also experienced this, we immediately were hungry for knowledge. We wanted numbers, we wanted facts, we wanted everything we could get our hands on. How many claimants are there out there? How many this week versus last week? How many this month versus last month? When was the peak? How much money? The matrix were crazy. We hungered for knowledge, and we wanted it as soon as the Department of Labor could get it to us. The problem with the current functionality was that those reports were not available. In their defense, I think they wanted to give them to us. In their defense, they could not. They weren't readily available to meet our demands, our matrix. And so I would hope that part of the functionality of a new system would include the functionality that if people needed to know matrix and know information, it could be readily available in 30 minutes instead of 10 days. So, thank you.
Mr. Hayes.
Just to echo a little bit, I think it comes down to straightforward language, and not to kind of digress here on the communication piece, but the straightforward language. Look at what this council even struggled with putting the RFP together and defining fraud or improper payments, and so really diving into that. But echoing Senator Olson's comments on the sustainability and kind of the continued evolution of a modern system, it's not a one and done activity. So beyond that piece of it, I wholeheartedly support that as well. But when we think about a system modernization, it's not just the technology or the IT, it's regulations as well. And I know there's been conversations in the past, but what we do and some of the efficiencies that we gain, updating regulations, the duplicity of forms, et cetera, it's more than just a technology component. And I think we'll probably get to that further down the line as well.
Mr. Adwa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we're supposed to be writing a report and we could be talking all week long, I've taken the liberty to write down 7 bullet points. I'm going to throw these out here for you as a starting point. You guys can say yay, nay, whatever you want to say. I say, based on what I'm hearing, we want a modernization of the software and the hardware. Get off the mainframe, as Deputy Secretary Brady said. We want the ability for this new system to be adaptable, scalable, something that we can use to, if we have another PUA program that comes on, we can add it to it. If we have a change in the statute, it's something we can change. Whatever it might be, it has to be something that is completely adaptable and scalable within reason. We're looking for a complete integration of the whole process from the claimant, beginning the process all the way through the adjudication process from the claim side, from the benefit side. From the tax side, we want a complete integration of the payment of taxes, reporting of wages, et cetera, and then give the ability to the Kansas Department of Labor to have better reporting features and functions as a result of that. So be able to draw more data, more information from that in a time frame that is reasonable based on the information. We want a more user-friendly interface for all parties involved with the ability to also provide maybe a little bit more education, more information as to what the process is about, what you're trying to do. But the primary thing there is we want a better user interface that is something that a normal layperson with minimal knowledge could go in and file an unemployment claim with a minimum of problems. And then finally, just kind of the last one is obviously we expect any new vendor to bring to the table the most modern and the best security features to prevent fraud of any kind, whether it be bot attacks, internal fraud, improper payments because of traditional claimant fraud, whatever it might be. So I throw those out as kind of a starting point so we can kind of start moving forward on writing the report.
Well, as we discuss this, we being Eddie is writing the report.
Oh, thank you, Eddie, for writing the report.
That's the beauty of how it works around here. We do all the talking. But
well, then I will stop talking.
But I would say that that is pretty all-encompassing of what we have discussed, and those would be the headlines that we need to kind of drill down on to make sure that we have the features. And I believe that one of the documents that Phil had sent to Eddie, that hopefully he has sent to us, had a listing of what we had in the bill to start with as far as technology goes today. And then there was a section in fraud, I think it stayed in the bill, as far as cross-checking Social Security numbers and all that, and that goes to integration. And so if we could talk about integration just for a minute, because we've touched on it 2 or 3 times now, and we talked about it quite a bit yesterday. Deputy Secretary, you mentioned that there are several databases that this needs to go out and be able to integrate with. And then also, you in a separate section, you kind of talked about integrating with tax and with benefits and with workforce possibly. Can we kind of drill down on what the integration, what you would like to see, all of us would like to see as this holistic system integrates? What does it all need to integrate with?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I can probably provide some phrasing here that'll be useful for Eddie in drafting the report. And just as a kind of point of context for the council, just to help everybody understand. So the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, while they're a private, non-governmental association, they also work very directly with the U.S. Department of Labor and are funded extensively through the U.S. Department of Labor to support states through different systems. So we talked about the SIDE system as one example of that just allows us to have a much smoother communication flow with the employer community. We've also talked a bit about, and I think I mentioned, the Integrity Data Hub, which is a fraud tool that helps us. And then we've also got existing lists of cross matches that are recommended by the U.S. Department of Labor. I think to keep it simple and meet the goals of everybody on this council, the language I think that would make the most sense for this report would be the solution the state selects needs to be able to fully integrate with all USDOL recommended cross matches and databases and all state available tools developed by the National Association of State Workforce Agencies. I think those 2 categories really encompass everything that we would want to include without having to try and list that out entirely. The other portion of it that I would add that I think has been a lesson learned for many states throughout the pandemic we don't just need the ability to be fully integrated with them. We need those services and functions to be automated to the greatest extent they can be. What I don't want is, various different tools or databases where in the modernized system, a member of my staff has to manually pull down a file of information and upload it to whatever that tool or system is. The modernized solution should, to whatever extent it can, make all of those processes automated so that they're happening in the background and then providing that information back to KDOL staff.
So like correction facilities, for example, it would constantly be searching that, and if we had someone on unemployment that went into one, it would automatically flag that. We wouldn't have to check it every time we were.
Yeah, that's 100% correct, Mr. Chairman. I think that should be the, and I don't know if we need to get to this granular level in this report, but what my goal is going to be with whatever vendor that we ultimately select and working with is all of that happens in an automated fashion, for lack of a better term, in the background. And then when those cross-checks, databases, tools identify an issue, it flags it and then workflows that to the appropriate member of the KDOL team to review and make a determination, right? So that's why I wanted to add that last component there, Mr. Chairman, about automation, because to Mr. Oswald's point at the very beginning, that's another great example of where we can find efficiency with modernized tools that frees up KDOL staff to do other work.
Ms. Smith.
Just a question on the on this integration. So you mentioned sides specifically, I think a couple of times, and so I guess in this, would the employer still be responding through sides, or would that just be happening on the back end, and the employer would be responding through this new modernized system?
Yeah, Ms. Smith, that's a good question. My kind of view of it now, I'd be interested to hear Mr. Oswald's perspective, because I know he's worked in a lot of other states. The actual employer response would still go through the side system. When I kind of speak to integration and, kind of the automated portion of this, it's making sure that we can continue to use sides in whatever the modernized solution is, but also making sure all of the data exchanges that have to occur between the solution, the claim system, and sides are fully integrated and automated. I strongly suspect, and again, I'll defer to Mr. Hayes or Mr. Oswald for their experience, that any modernized solution that would, be considered to meet a lot of the other criteria is already ensuring that they're integrated with sides, just based on what I know about what other states are doing.
Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy Secretary Brady. To answer your question, a lot of it is kind of a mixed bag. Most states, even though they have their own claim portal, they still take you out to the sides portal to respond to it. While sides has limitations and it has its obvious disadvantages, I see no reason why the state of Kansas should spend money on integrating a whole new claim response system when one already exists. And from my understanding, perhaps Deputy Secretary Brady has more information on this, the sides portal is going to go through a fairly significant overhaul, because its limitations were clearly exhibited during the pandemic. So most of the integrated response systems that I've seen are no better, no worse than the sides portal. So why spend money on something you don't have to create? Would be my suggestion.
So Jeff, the solution that we saw yesterday, it seemed like there was a employer category. Was that sides? Was that?
Yeah, Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nebraska takes you to the sides portal. You go in and you can see the name. The claim notification comes through their Nebraska portal that you would go to. But when you click on the claim response, it takes you outside to the actual sides portal to respond to the actual claim.
Okay, so the employer would actually be using both sides. They'd be using sides, but probably through the solution.
That's correct. What would happen is you receive an email notification that a claim has been filed against your company, and then you would log into your portal. You would go out and look at the correspondence. When you click, what was nice about the Nebraska portal is that right up front it says you have X number of claims to respond to, and you click the sides icon, and that took you right to the claim to respond to it. So you're basically two mouse clicks away from responding to the unemployment claim. The only difference is, whereas the Kansas system currently, you actually log into the portal, sides portal directly. There's an email notification, but you never touch the K2L side of it. You go right to sides. Nebraska, you would be accessing it directly. I suppose you could go to sides too and log in directly from that, but for Nebraska, but I don't see the point of doing that. So,
But then the solution would integrate that into the one-stop shop so that our people could see everything on one page.
Absolutely. I would see that as a massive benefit for employers, especially employers who are trying to manage a workforce that is transient in the manner of, like say staffing companies or employers who have the need for temporary layoffs, i.e. construction, manufacturing. Because I think one of the problems is that one of the number one things I always hear from employer is I never know who's filing an unemployment claim against me and who's paying, who's receiving benefits, because they want to recall some of these people. They want to put priorities on these people to come back, especially in the staffing agency world where, assignment's completed, they want to bring that person back, but they don't know who's actively unemployed. And that would be, I think, something that could be extended to help overall reemploy people eventually too.
Ms. Woods, can you chime in on that?
Kind of was thinking that through as he was saying that. Actually, I think that would be very helpful with the side system for us. You usually, as he said, you don't know who filed the claim against you. But in our industry, we have separate people that do it, and it has to go to a whole nother state before our actual facility gets it. So I think if we were able to get it more on a local level, because we can get it from Kansas, that would help, versus having it to, when you're in a corporation such as General Motors, I could only speak from that perspective, everything goes to the corporation per se, and then filtered down to the local facilities. So that would help being able to see it on the Kansas side per se, and click into it. It would give us easier access than having to wait, because there's a time frame. If someone files a claim and there's a separation, it goes to Michigan, to the corporation. It doesn't come directly to Fairfax. So that will give us the ability to be able to respond locally to that claim instead of having to send it once we get it. So it's delayed, if that makes sense.
Yes, and I think you have, 10 days or something like that to respond?
And you have a time frame to respond.
Okay. Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with everything that's been said in terms of that integration. I think we're probably all aligned on that. One item I did want to expand on a little bit that Mr. Oswald mentioned was future changes to the SIDES program. And, to echo what he said, SIDES is a system that's got its great components and parts that need to be updated and improved. The pandemic really exposed a lot of that, and a big, I think, missing piece for a lot of it was it wasn't built to handle the level of attempted fraud that was occurring in all of these states. And candidly, it's not NASPA's fault necessarily. It's just no one had considered that this might happen one day. So we found out a few months ago that NASPA and USDOL are undergoing a multi-year project to make some significant changes and upgrades to the SIDE system in working with states. One thing I'll take back is to get back to our team that works on the SIDE system and kind of see specifically what information has been made available. I would suspect any of the vendors that we work with Modernization and that have worked in other states, especially on the tax side, are tracking these changes, because in addition to the states they'll be working to modernize like Kansas, they'll also be trying to implement any changes to the SIDES program and how that integrates with their existing state partners. So with all of that being said, I know that some of the challenges with size, everybody's aware of it, and there's work underway to make some significant improvements there. But I do agree with everything Mr. Oswald and Ms. Wood said in terms of the integration of size for our employer community and making that information more visible.
Any other discussion? Yes, on the report, it's Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that we have a paragraph qualifying that there's a reason there isn't a specific vendor, and a summary of the process and where we're at and what we have found out thus far, the demonstration and the scoring on the 4 vendors that applied, not be recommending to be hired. I would ask that there be a summary paragraph in the report to the LCC.
So the fact that the RFP might have been written too narrowly, that we ruled out some potential bidders.
Absolutely, that is part of my concern. We might even go as far as to give an example on the RFP that this council put together that they can bid on all or portions of, and maybe as an example of things that might have been more positive in the respect for responses.
Okay. Mr. Hayes.
More of a question for Deputy Secretary. Through the pandemic and looking at the current bidders, would there have been a value of having version control or change control that if you implement something new and it causes an unintended consequence that you could revert back to take the disruption out of claimants and let you, I guess, look at Plan B as you move forward with the new piece?
Yeah, that should absolutely be part of any system. This isn't my particular area of expertise, but I would guess in terms of IT development, that is a standard and best practice to have that version control, have the ability to walk back any change that results in an error. Additionally, I don't think it needs to be outlined in this report, but something that should be a best practice and we should ask potential vendors about is ensuring they have a very robust testing program and environment so that all of these potential changes, especially as the system is live, can be vetted and we ensure it's not going to create further issues instead of solving them. So to answer the question, yes, I absolutely believe that should be something the vendor demonstrates as one of their best practices.
Senator Francisco, look like you want to say something.
I know that we talked about integration and mentioned workforce. It might be good to to say if the council agrees that we really want or see a potential in an integration between our UI system and the workforce system in terms of helping people get back to work.
Yes, now, especially since we have it in statute, the two departments need to work together. It would be a heck of a lot more efficient if they could be on the same platform. Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that just kind of dawned on me that we've heard repeatedly from just about everybody involved in this is that the migration of data, regardless of who we pick as a vendor, needs to be started like immediately. So I think it would be a wise suggestion to put in the report that the KDUL should start preparing and beginning that process now, or as soon as they feel it's reasonably, not wait for the vendor. I mean, they're going to have to do it anyway. I'm sure they have millions upon millions of records that can be cleaned up regardless of who is the vendor. I think to save time and energy, that's something that we should probably be looking at as a suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Albin, that was one of the things he said that he wished he would have done in advance. And he made that suggestion, and I believe when he made that Deputy Secretary acknowledged that they're in that process. Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, just a little bit of background. Commissioner Albin said it was brought up in our conversations with states that have worked with some of the vendors that bid. Every modernization project I've heard anything about, the data transformation and loading process from the legacy system into the new system is always the most challenging part. And I think, what we've seen and what this council will continue to see with some of the potential solutions out there, a lot of this is very configurable off the shelf. That part's not the challenge to ever integrate into a state. It's taking the historical and the data and we've talked about the age of the system. One thing that I think is important to appreciate too is that a system that's been in place for that long has had its data architecture changed and modified several times over the life cycle. So that's something that, to Commissioner Albin's point, everybody else, is a challenge for every state, something that we are very aware of. And, we are working on that now. As soon as the federal programs end and things, for lack of a better way of putting it, get much simpler in UI world, that's kind of the top priority of making sure we're as ready as we can be once whatever vendor is chosen is on site and ready to hit the ground.
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Secretary Brady. I'm just kind of curious more than anything. What is the state's requirements for the maintenance of records? Do you have a time frame? Or, I mean, for most employers, it's 4 and 7 years, depending upon the employment type of records. What is the requirements of the KDOL by the USDOL on record retention?
Yeah, so there's the state record retention policy, and that's specific to the type of record. It does vary a bit between the different types of information, records, documents we have related to the unemployment insurance system. Generally speaking, the requirement for most UI-related items is 5 years. However, there are some that need to be held on for longer for various different reasons. I think, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, I think one example might be documents or data related to fraud investigations, I think has a longer record retention schedule because it's more of an investigation than standard UI claimant information. But that all follows a state record retention schedule that's set and defined with the Kansas Historical Society.
Thank you. So is it feasible or even practical to minimize the integration and the migration of the data based on, or are you already doing that? You may be already doing that, so.
Yeah, that's a big part of, making sure the data cleaned up and making sure that when we're getting ready to the point where we're really starting to transform and load the data we need into a new system, that we're only doing the data that we're required to keep either for operational purposes or record retention purposes.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other discussion as far as integration and features? Seeing none on that. On the security side, we've already kind of touched on that. As far as the date goes, extending the date from December 31st, 2022, everything that we've been told that is near impossible. I don't think that it's impossible to have a system chosen and stood up by then, but I think the data migration might take a lot longer than that. And so we might want to make a recommendation that they look at extending that date, maybe leave the date in place for standing up the system, but extending a time frame for the data migration because it's going to be so cumbersome. Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one suggestion I would put out for the council's consideration specific to the date, because while I think there's still a discussion with the different vendors ongoing in terms of whether it makes sense to do a more segmented approach or what we've been referring to as the Big Bang approach. And perhaps we put this when, we discuss the timeline for the LCC report, where that's discussed in that report. We could say something to the effect of, if a segmented approach ends up being the best option, we'd anticipate instead of 2022, maybe 2023 be the goal for the deployment of the first segment. I think if we ended up with the larger Big Bang approach, it's a lot harder to predict out when the full system would be delivered, just knowing all of that. But it might be an important note to mention to the LCC as they're reviewing this information that if that approach is taken, we could probably deploy the first segment of it much quicker than if we were waiting to do the Big Bang approach.
Okay, and to follow up on that, or to tack on to that, if we do or if we suggest a segmented rollout, I think we could all be in agreement that the first part of the rollout needs to be the unemployment benefit side rather than the tax side. It'd be hard to go to Kansas and say, we're going to collect your money a lot easier, but we're not going to give you the ability to get your benefits very easy. So is that safe to assume that we would want to roll out the unemployment part first if we do a segmented approach? Yes, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just add to that note, from everything that I've observed, and I'd be interested if others seem different, but every state that's done the segmented approach, I think, has been benefits first, or almost all of them. I know one of the vendors we looked at had 4 states that they had done benefits in, but were still working the tax side. So I would think that we'd have a lot of cover in terms of that being a standard practice of other states that have used that approach.
Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with Deputy Secretary Brady that every one that I've ever seen is done benefits first because that is the most forward-facing part of the unemployment process. So I think it would be very ill-advised to start with the tax. Also, I'd like to point out, just kind of on the timeline here, reflecting back on the Nebraska presentation, they went live with their system in late 2019 for the benefits, and now they're just now getting around to making the tax portion of that go live here at the end of 2021. So there's been nearly a 2-year gap between when they went live with benefits to when they're going to go live with the tax. So to get the whole system up and running, I think you're realistically looking at a 4 to 5 year process. Am I misunderstanding that timeline? I mean, and I think that Nebraska was being fairly aggressive in getting it done from what I took from Commissioner Albin's presentation. So I just want to point that out as a reality based on their experience, not saying that that's going to be our experience, but I think you have to have some latitude and flexibility in that date.
Yes, and the statute reads that they can extend the date, and then they can continue to extend it as they come up on a new deadline. But Nebraska's was put into place 18 months ago. The data migration took a long time, but now that they have the data migration done, the tax system would be much easier from what he said, and they had intended on rolling it out earlier this year, but the pandemic kind of threw a wrench into things, and so they put that on hold. Senator Tyson.
I think Mr. Hayes had something first.
Mr. Hayes and then Senator Tyson.
Just going back to the recommendation to extend into 2023, I know we had some conversation, and it may have actually, when you look at the beginning of a fiscal year or even low season from a claims perspective, like a July 1 of 2023 may make a good target date for the benefits and appeals piece, and then you look at the tax side as phase 2 in tow. And if you look at the timeline, just looking at some of the vendors and so forth, 18 to 24 months on a phased approach, that 18 months, although it may be tight, may be very well doable for phase 1 to march forward to that July 1 of 23 deadline or target.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a good note, and we had discussed, the genesis of that conversation was we were discussing another state that very recently launched their benefit system, and those of us in the conversation, none of us could quite understand the thinking of why would you launch it in July of 2021, knowing that federal programs end in September and knowing that the claim volume is going to be lower if you wait a little bit? There's a key timing component that Mr. Hayes hit on where, if at all possible, we will want to time the deployment and launch of the system with times that we know are historically low claims volume. So if I'm looking at this, I would want to avoid November, December, January timeframe, because I know historically we see a lot of seasonal layoffs and just higher unemployment during that period of time. In non-pandemic times, normal years, summer would be one of the more ideal times to roll it out. So I think when we're talking about the timing piece, that's a very important note that Mr. Hayes brought up, is that we need to line it up, if at all possible, with when it'll have the least disruption, if there are any rollout errors.
To also, most of the employers in this state are contributing merit-rated employers, and their fiscal year ends June 30th. That would be a completely natural time to have a cutoff, because you will be cutting off the rate cycle to when the new rates are calculated. So you would not have any kind of crossover of systems or anything when you're calculating new employer rates for the next calendar year. You would be finishing one under one system, and then you'd be starting the next one under the brand new system. So I completely agree that timing of this. I also want to caution you, everybody involved in this, I've seen these. I've seen even the best of ones go south. Okay, the rollout is going to be rough. I'm not going to lie to you. None of them have come out and been seamless. If you rush it and you don't put your time and effort into this, you will have a disaster on your hands, okay? And that will look worse than if you delay it 6 months. I'm just throwing that out there as my personal experience in dealing with these things.
We've had our fair share of those disasters, so. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it was part of my concern about putting dates and statute on this. But it is my concern that this council, we can recommend that the LCC consider dates, but we do not recommend an extension at this point, because we have not even seen what the vendors are capable of, or what. So I don't think that that's a good recommendation from this council at this time. I understand that we should put a comment in that there may need to be changes, but that we not make that recommendation at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's a good point. Senator Francisco.
I agree that we might not want to recommend a particular time, but I do think that we should recommend that the timing be considered based on, the business case and the unemployment case, both of which should be considered.
Yeah, the council can recognize the fact that we probably need to change the timeline, but we're not in a position yet to make a recommendation of a certain timeline because we haven't seen the vendors. How's that? Senator Olson.
Well, and I think I'd add some of their comments with it. Mr. Oswald's made a great case, and Deputy Secretary, why we might want to start that at July 1st or whatever, have the two. So I know that's not asking for it, but you might.
Yeah, those should be noted. Any other features? I think it should be noted that this is an initial report, and that we will be updating this report as we progress, because we will be having, hopefully in a couple of weeks, date uncertain, but we've been told possibly within 2 weeks we could. And we'll try to get the date to you as soon as possible, and maybe even just do it online. But we're going to be able to view the two vendors that are going to be recommended we'll be able to follow up on our report at that point, update the report after that. Senator Francisco.
Would you want to say submit additional reports rather than update? Because we have a due date for this particular report, and so that's the report and it's in, and then just say we will be submitting additional information and, or additional reports as we have information for the LCC?
That's you're right. That's probably a wise way to put it. We will be making additional recommendations as time goes on. Charles, are we leaving anything out from the statutorial?
Thank you, Chairman. Just one thought, and that is that I think it was Mr. Kelly's presentation from KDOL, there actually were a couple of slides that dealt with the HB 2196 requirements and how the vendors did or did not meet those. And, you know, just a thought that maybe the committee would want to, if the committee had any comments on that portion of the report with respect to the vendors meeting those statutory requirements, the council could do that.
Thank you for that. Eddie, can you pull that? Did he email you those slides? He did email those to you. Can you pull that slide up? Charles Reimer.
Thank you, Chairman. And Chairman, perhaps, you know, before the council makes a final decision, maybe the council could just take a few minutes break.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that. And I know we're all going to want to weigh in on the report. The report is not written. It won't be written while we're here today. I'm kind of mulling over in my head how we're going to do this. I think we might have to, depending on the timeline that staff gives us on when they can get us a rough draft, we have to submit this, I think, Charles, it's 10 o'clock Tuesday. 10:30 Tuesday, so we've got to have it to the LCC by then because that's when they're meeting. I'm thinking we might have to meet online Monday afternoon to just review the report and make suggested, just to make sure it's what we want. Knowing that it is an initial report, it's not a final report, there really aren't any recommendations in it. But I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page when we deliver this report to the LCC, make sure everything is represented that we've talked about. Mr. Hayes.
Just from this statute compliance, do we just add a blanket statement that in addition to what we're going to summarize from our discussion today, that the vendor will meet those elements that are statutorily outlined?
The vendor must meet the.
Correct.
That's a statute unless we change it. So.
Which we can't.
But right, we can't. But some of us on the committee could. Eddie.
I was just going to mention that the two slides from Kelly Johnson's presentation last week addressing the 2196 requirements. I've got the first of those up on the screen now. There is a second one that I can click on to whenever. This document was provided to the council members as a part of last meeting also, so you should all have it.
And Mr. Chair, if I could perhaps make a suggestion, I think Mr. Hayes might be getting along this lines. For the purposes of the report, it might perhaps be best to summarize it as saying the modernized solution must comply with all current Kansas statutes to include changes from House Bill 2196 this session. Because I think to your exact point, Mr. Chair, at the end of the day, that is the statute. The solution has to comply with it. And I think we just maybe notate in the report that that is one of the things that we will be ensuring is in place before vendor selection, or recommendation rather.
Right, okay, and Representative Hoffman, all four of the responders, did they comply with 2196, their solutions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's what we're seeing right here. There are two items, I believe. There's one on this page and then I think one on the next page that were not, well, maybe it's not. I was thinking there was two items that were not explicitly in the RFP that are in 2196. One of them is the comparison of application information with local, state, and federal prison database. But that can be, I mean, that'll be talked about, I'm sure, when we talk to the applicants. But it also, there's also a conduit, being worked out between KDOC and KL, Department of Labor. So, but I was thinking there was another one, wasn't there?
Deputy Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think to Representative Hoffman's points, while that specific data exchange from 2196 wasn't listed in the RFP, each vendor described how they would be able to meet compliance with very similar other types of data exchanges or cross-checks. So I would not foresee that being a hurdle for any of the vendors that are being considered. And then in turn, I don't know if ICON maybe was not, or the interstate benefit part, it was probably spelled out in the RFP through the ICON system, which is how we communicate with other states. So that's going to be a very standard module for any modernized system. So I wouldn't foresee that being a hurdle either for any of the vendors that have put bids in.
Right, and I would just add, I think that for the top two, I don't think it's going to be a problem at all.
Okay, yeah, I figured one way or another. So we should probably note, though, that there are aspects of 2196 that weren't reflected in the RFP. Anything else? Let's take a 15-minute break. Let's take a 20-minute break and then come back and with a slight recap, and then we'll discuss how we're gonna review this on Monday. I need to make sure that we have the timelines right and we give staff ample opportunity to respond to whatever we're going to talk about on Monday. Thanks. All right, council, let's go ahead and try to reconvene here. So I had a discussion with Eddie, and he feels that he can get this report drafted in a rough manner for us by Monday morning, and we'll plan on meeting at 11:30. We'll receive the document sometime Monday morning, and we'll plan on an online brief meeting at 11:30 to confirm or discuss that the report is what we wanted it to be. It won't be an opportunity to make changes and rewrite paragraphs because we're just not going to have that kind of time. But it will be an opportunity to say, hey, it's not what I meant, or it should have been this. And then that'd give him time to make any additional changes so that we can get it to the LCC by 10:30 in the morning on Tuesday. I was approached by a couple of different people during the break with some concerns that we're not really making recommendations and that we're still not in a position to make recommendations. And this council really, I think, is really working well, and it's a direct result that the procurement committee is working so openly with us. They're telling us as much as they can without telling us too much. We know that as we move forward, we will get more information and the proper information to make a educated decision. This council would not work without the deputy secretary on it and his transparency and openness. And so kudos to all of you that have shared all the information that you can. And we look forward to working together for a solution. But we need to, I wish we weren't tied by a 60-day window in an agreement that we made with the executive branch in order to not slow down the process. No one wants to slow down the process as far as the RFP goes. But in making that agreement, we've kind of tied the hands of this committee or this council that was really developed for this purpose. And so I'd like to figure out a way to put that in the report somehow. I don't know how to do that, and I'm open to suggestions, but we need to be able to, I guess, codify that in some way that we'd like to make recommendations, and our recommendations are blank, but we don't really don't have the proper information. We did have some presentation from some states, or from a state. We did have a presentation from a solution that I think opened some eyes on the committee as far as, okay, well, maybe this RFP that went out was narrowly written or written in a way that detoured other companies from bidding. We also had, or the deputy secretary mentioned that there are, I think, 7 companies that would have qualified, but not all of them bid. I think only 3 of the 7 on the list made bids. There might have been other things in the RFP that precluded them from doing that. It might have been that they were too busy, we don't know. But it would be nice to hear from those companies as well, because I think our job here is to make the best educated decision and for the best deal for the most stakeholders. And in order to do that, I think that we need to look outside of just the RFP. I'm not saying exclude the RFP. It's unfortunate that the companies that responded to the RFP are precluded from talking to us at this point when it's time to make a decision or a recommendation. And so I'd like to somehow put it in the report that we want to recommend, or I want to put it in the report. I want to recommend that we reach out to these other companies, in addition to the ones that responded to the RFP, and have them present in the same manner as the companies from the RFP, that the RFP companies will. If they want. I'm not looking to reopen the RFP because I think that would delay the process. I'm looking to make a recommendation that we consider some other companies outside of the RFP. I'm not saying that we're recommending to go with it. That would be their decision. It would be their legal decision to make as far as the ramifications of choosing a company outside of an RFP, but I do know that there is precedent that RFPs are not binding, and who the procurement council can go with whoever they want or make their own decisions. That's not on this council. Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely see where you're coming from, but just from the legal concerns standpoint, depending on how that wording may or may not go, I'll want to consult with legal, and if I consider it an overly risky thing for me to attach to, then I might file a minority report in that regard, just in case anyone's interested in signing it. Just because I don't want to make any of these companies who have already put bids forth angry, and I don't want them to get all, sooty on us. It just seems like it would be dangerous.
Well, I'm sure there's a fair way to consider them. But if they're going to come present, and the other companies come present, I've also asked on the record, I've asked for legal opinion from Gordon himself as far as if we can get in a trick bag for making recommendations. We're not making decisions. And so I'm sure we'll be hearing from him. You'll have an opinion from him. We've heard from our revisers that we're charged with making recommendations, and it's written rather broadly. We can recommend whatever we want. But that's that's your decision to make after you review a legal opinion. And if you want to have a minority report, that's certainly in your purview. And I certainly understand your concerns there. Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're trying to reopen the process a little bit here. I mean, we've had an RFP. It's been on the street. I mean, if it's disqualified, I'd like to know why, the lowest bidder's disqualified. There's got to be a reason for that. And you're supposed to take the second lowest bidder with this process. I really think you're probably, I know we're going to recommend to the LCC, but if they move forward, I think we're opening a whole can of worms. It's not how the process normally works in a bidding process. I've dealt with 1,000 of these over the years, and you better show to me why the first bidder is disqualified and why you wouldn't take that first bidder and the second bidder. But to open this whole process back up, you better have a reason why you're disqualifying them bidders and opening the process. To me, that's almost looking like we're trying to make it political. That's my comment.
I guess you're entitled to your opinion, but I don't think anybody is trying to make anything political. I think we're charged with trying to come up with the best solution for all stakeholders. And it's been noted or discussed that this RFP that went out might have been rushed, might have been rushed towards the end. Not quite sure why, since we've had so long to think about it, but it seems like it was kind of put together in a way that limited responses. And we're not looking to redo anything. We're not looking to, nowhere in my statement did I said we need to exclude any of the 4 companies that bid. In fact, I want to hear from them all. But I also want to make sure we hear from other companies that might have solutions that are better or less expensive and more beneficial to more stakeholders. Mr. Hayes.
Completely outsider new at this again, just to qualify, but when this RFP was let in early April, I went through it with a fine-tooth comb and had a huge interest in it, obviously. I've been kind of on this path for a number of years, but in looking at item 1.14, evaluation of proposals, the award shall be made in the best interest of the state. And it goes on to say, as determined by the PNC, but this council, I think, is probably one of the best instruments in this whole process that the state has instituted, because we have all stakeholders here. And if we move forward and the employer community is dismissed or the claimant community is dismissed, to me, that's very insulting when you're talking about the appropriate stakeholders that should have a huge voice in this process, let alone the administrators that are going to deal with it on a day-to-day basis. But the claimants should be the primary focus. And if you look at 1.15, acceptance or rejection, the committee reserves the right to accept or reject any or all proposals. And so I don't know the technical and the legal jargon with these, but you can also tell that this RFP was rushed. There's references talking about Texas business rules, et cetera. So there was a lot of language that it looked like it was just copied and pasted and put in haste, in my opinion. It was my understanding this RFP was going to let later this year, and it very well appears to have been rushed. And it is putting us as a council, as a unified stakeholder group, in a position that is difficult to make a recommendation when we have no information to make that recommendation on, other than how a proposal looks on paper that we've not seen a proposal. All we're doing is getting secondhand information relayed to us. And I think that is a very difficult position. I'm uncomfortable saying we're in a position that we can recommend A, B, C, or D. And when you look at the demonstration that we seen earlier this week, yesterday, it's shameful that an organization feels like they were excluded because the scope of the RFP was rushed and it was narrowly defined. So that's just my piece from kind of being an outsider looking in.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a few thoughts I'd want to share with the council. From my perspective, and I think it's shared by all members of the council, at the end of the day, what I want, I think I'd feel comfortable saying what everybody in this room wants, is the best system that we can deliver at a reasonable and acceptable cost. That's, goal 1A. And I think that based on the conversations we've had, everybody in this room and everybody in this room represents is in agreement with that goal. With that part being said, from what I took from the chairman's comments, it sounds like we are still moving forward with demos from the RFP type vendors. So as long as the legal and procurement folks, sign off on the other possible presentations or avenues being explored, that doesn't necessarily sound like it'd be an issue to me. My one comment would be I do want to ensure we continue moving forward to whatever extent we can. The other thing I'd kind of add too, because I know, Mr. Chairman, to your point, we put the 60-day time frame in there. I think that many of us involved at the time thought that sounded right. This is just a very complicated process, and I think as we've learned and seen it play out, we've kind of seen now that maybe wasn't necessarily the best route, but that's the position we're in today. The one final component I'd add to, because it's been discussed a few times, and I think it probably warrants a future discussion of this council on the topic as we've all had time to think about it and assess it. The one specific criteria I've heard that may have disqualified a portion of the vendor community is that requirement that a full system to include benefit tax and appeals had been previously successfully deployed in another state. That's certainly something that, as the agency testified throughout the legislative session, we had felt had been important. Like I said, I think based on the information that's come to the council in the past 2 days, there's probably more thought and discussion about, if that requirement would want to be modified in some capacity or maybe further clarified. That's kind of the one thing I have heard specific to, why some vendors might not be part of it. I'll also kind of just note on the general RFP process, there was a lot of work that went on in the fall, and then throughout the spring, the agency was working to draft that RFP. I think several times we kind of testified to the time frame we were on in terms of all the different steps and intervals that are required between the agency, the Department of Administration, and OITS, just in terms of how structured that process is. So that it was something that was ongoing. It is a very, very large document RFP, and as everybody knows, it's a large effort. So that's part of that. So, Mr. Chairman, just to summarize my initial point, I share the same goal that everyone in this room and everyone in the stakeholder community shares. We need the best system. We need to move on this in a timely fashion. We need to ensure we can do it in the most financially sensible way. It sounds like the path that's being asked forward keeps us still moving in that right direction. So that's something that I would be aligned with. I just wanted to kind of caution that, we continue with that, and then note for members of this council that that one specific requirement, I think, is the one that would warrant further discussion and thought from this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Senator Tyson and then Senator, okay. Are you deferring?
Thank you. I am going to defer. I appreciated the comments from the two previous speakers, and I'd like to hear what she has to say. Then I'll comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Francisco.
I just had a comment about the 4 proposals that were presented. And 2 of those were with information that a state would not rehire that vendor. So to me, that was particularly telling in terms of whether we should consider moving forward with that vendor or not. And because of the other information we got about those, I would be willing to say it's inappropriate to move forward with CRD.
I think that, yeah, from what the procurement council indicated, that they would tend to agree with you, and most likely when they come back to look at the 2, I think they kept saying 2 companies, so I think that decision's kind of already been made, it's just not official. But I do expect that the other 2 companies would come give us presentation, and then we could help make a decision at that point. Senator Francisco.
Well, but in looking at the timing that was proposed for your meetings, my understanding is that there was timing for the 2 days of review from those 2 companies. Maybe I misunderstood.
That was what they indicated that they would need is a full day for each company, and there were 2 companies, so we had planned on 2 days.
And that's why I thought the decision might have been made by this council that we weren't considering the other 2, because that would have meant 4 days.
Right, so that is correct, but the discussion is, do we need to look outside of just the 2 companies that are left, being that the RFP was written rather narrowly in some cases that might have ruled out some of these other companies that NASWA is suggesting that are good companies for this, just so that we can make sure that we make the right decision or recommendation. We're not making the decision. We're making the recommendation.
I understand that part of the recommendation, but I was just indicating that one recommendation could be to not consider 2 of the companies that had submitted the RFP.
Oh, that's a good recommendation. We'll make sure that gets in there. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the purposes of this report, I do think that this effort has been delayed for years, and that the RFP process, like you said, appears to be rushed. What I read through it, it was not a project that I would have chose to bid on based on the way it was written, and I think it might have kept several vendors qualified vendors from participating in the process. I'm not saying to open up the RFP process because we haven't seen the 2 products that are left, but I do think that in order, as the RFP, it was stated, to get the best possible solution for the state of Kansas, and that doesn't always imply the lowest bidder. It may be, you know, a higher bidder with a skill set or a qualification on the project that we need and demand. So I think this report should give recommendation that we had a demonstration of a product that they did not reply to the RFP process, and it is a possible solution for the state of Kansas, not seeing the other two vendors' products. Because of the way the process is, they're not available to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other input on that discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Jake Miller. I had my hand raised. I do have
Okay,
something.
Mr. Miller, sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to echo some of the previous speakers. I know we're not talking about opening everything up and all of that, but if we reopen this RFP to include another company, we're going to be sued. I mean, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. I mean, that's just simply going to happen. The companies that have given the RFP, if I were company A or B and we open this up and add someone else, then I'm A or B and I'm suing that next day. That I just have to make that statement on the record, as it's something I'm worried about. And honestly, on the piece that disqualified people in the RFP that some people have heartburn with, I'm actually okay with and completely understand it. I mean, it talks about having a system up in place for a year. I mean, when any car salesman I've ever dealt with tells you, don't buy the first model of a car, you want to buy the second after they've worked out all the kinks. You know, that, I mean, that's my opinion. I like the fact that they tell you to, hey, let's see what your system's been doing for a year and then work off of it. So I get that there's heartburn on that people didn't apply for this RFP because that was it, that portion was listed in there, but I'm fine with that. I mean, I actually agree with that piece. That makes me feel better as a citizen of Kansas and someone who uses this system, knowing that it's not going to have a lag time in being implemented and issues around it. And I have to stand up for staff here. I mean, this is probably not going to be popular. I'll probably be cast out, as many of you know. I am a registered lobbyist, but I sit through Commerce Committee in the House, in the Senate. I watch the legislature all session long. In my opinion, as an outside person looking in, this RFP was rushed because the legislature continually rushed people to get this done. They said, we got to get this done. We got to get this done. We got to get this done. And then all of a sudden it goes and gets done and whoa, you guys did it too fast. I mean, to me, that's not how this works. If we wanted to say, take 6 months, fully vet the RFP process like we're doing with this one as we did on the audit, then sure, we should have said that. But that's not how anything happened this session. I mean, truly. You know, this bill was introduced so fast that I even have a chance to testify on it at the first House committee hearing because we didn't even know about it. So, I mean, just in general, we move fast. And when we move fast, we need to think back to, hey, we were putting pressure on these people for months to get this going, to get this done, to get this implemented. And now all of a sudden we're saying, hey, you guys moved too fast. Well, I mean, honestly, if I were staff, I'd say, which one do you want? But that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a lot to unpack there. Yes, we did ask all along why, when the RFP would be issued. And all along we were told, we're not there yet, we're not there yet, we're not there yet. And it will be after session. It'll be later this year. We're trying to get through the pandemic, and that was understandable. It was important all along. They started working on it before the pandemic. They stopped during the pandemic, I guess staffing issues or whatever. It is what it is on that. But this RFP was let the week that we were in conference on this bill, and it was let, in my opinion, to circumvent this bill and this council. And that's why it appears to be the wording, and it appears to be rushed, in my opinion, and others on the council. As far as testifying, this bill we worked on, I have a hard time understanding that because we worked on this bill for months, and the House side had hearings, several of them, over several weeks with week pauses in between for everyone to digest everything. And I asked several times for people online and people in the room, you were probably even in the room, when I asked, is there anyone else here that wants to testify on this bill? Because it was important to our committee to make sure that every voice was heard. That's why it took the entire session to get this done. And then it went over to the Senate. And the Senate took testimony. I'm not sure if you testified there or not, but if you feel like you didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on this bill, then I can't help you.
Mr. Chair, can I clarify? I really wasn't, I did testify in the Senate. My more point on that one, I was not complaining of whether I was heard or not, because after the fact, we were brought in as stakeholders and we were heard. That's how amendments got drafted. That's how we got to a compromise bill, and that's how it finally got passed. More, my point was, we typically rush things in the legislature. It's how it happens. It's normal. You know, my more original point was on the very original hearing was the bill was introduced and 2 days later there's a hearing. Well, you know, it takes 24 hours for the bill to get published. If I didn't help write a bill, I don't get to see it. More, my point was, we typically rush things. I have no issues with whether I got input on the bill or not, because at the end of the day, we did. More, my point is, we rush things and we tell staff to rush things. And so I guess more my point is, I, as an outside person who watched this and saw it through, I don't know who's at fault. I don't know who the problem was, but at the end of the day, I remember the legislature calling on the Kansas Department of Labor throughout session to hurry up and get answers, to rush through things, to get things done. And so I guess my ultimate point is, I feel like if anything is rushed about this RFP, it's because we did, I mean, that's simply the statements that were being made to them. That was what we were saying. We need something. We need a product. We need it done. And, you know, I just don't like the ability for us to come back in and say, hey, you rushed this, but oh, by the way, we asked you to rush this. I mean, that's kind of my point at the end of the day.
Yeah, I understand that. And in regards to opening up the RFP, no, we're not suggesting to open the RFP process again, because that would delay the process. We do have precedents time and time again of choosing companies that did not present in an RFP, and so there is plenty of precedents there. This council, by simply making a recommendation, has no liability in that. I mean, that's up to the procurement council to either do that or not do that. That's their decision, not ours. We can make whatever recommendation we want. We're not the RFP, we didn't write it. We're not a party to it. We're an outside source making recommendations. So I hardly see how this council could possibly be sued for making a recommendation that is in the best interest of the state. We're not a party to that contract, but we can certainly weigh in on it. Representative Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were a couple of statements I feel it needed to be addressed there. As far as rushing the process, we have a 90-day session. We're a citizen legislature. It's absolutely not a rush. We do our due diligence, and, you know, especially somebody that's involved with the process, a lobbyist, should understand that more than anyone, that we have 90 days in order, at the most, usually, to complete our work. And so we do what we can in the time frame that we have. And I would also say that we continued to press for the RFP to be completed because it had started prior. The previous administration had started the process. All of that work got threw out and started again in 2019 with the new administration. And so we were just pressing in order to get a product as quick as possible. We did not say put out shoddy work. We said we need it as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize to the Chair of Senate Commerce as I was not in on your proceedings. I care about this, but not enough to watch the way it's going on the other side. But I do remember in our House proceedings, we had the agency before us repeatedly. And one of the things that the agency did say to us, if memory serves, is that they said that they wanted in that request a proven company that had been doing this for at least a year because we don't want any surprises. I have no recollection of anyone in that committee, myself included, saying, oh, never mind, we don't want the 1 year sort of thing. I mean, we want, the thing that we are trying to establish here more than anything is stability for our stakeholders, for our employers in particular, but also for citizens who are using this. And so I have concerns, and I still have valid concerns, even if we just put in the recommendation, oh, we're not opening up the RFP, but this company that we have deified, basically, by having, you know, them testify to us after the RFP was closed, by having a state that chose them testify to us after the RFP was closed. I mean, it's kind of like getting married and being like, oh, yeah, but like, I kind of want to have someone on the side. Like, you can't do that. We are totally going to get sued. So I just implore you all to do consider that we might have those implications. We're going to cause those companies who have already bid major insecurities. And so I just, please do consider that.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add a few pieces of information and just reiterate a few things from my perspective. I'll start by just briefly acknowledging the history of the RFP. It's been said at different points in time, and well prior to my presence in my current role, my predecessor, Brett, had been having conversations and working with our team on putting an RFP together because everybody knew at the end of the day, modernization needed to happen at some point. As was kind of alluded to, when the pandemic hit, resources needed to be put to stopping fraud, to paying claimants. That was just an operational decision at the time. And once we got into the fall, more work continued on the RFP in the fall into the spring, that process. You know, I know that myself or Brett or others had testified at various points as to where we were at with the RFP process. I'll just note too, regarding the work in the RFP, we were moving quickly. The agency tried their best. Candidly speaking, the same individuals that had to help put the RFP together, the requirements, the IT folks, they're the same folks that I'm talking to every day trying to fix issues on the mainframe or help claimants get paid. I probably, you know, looking at myself and the agency, we asked a ton of these individuals. So that's just a component I wanted to kind of raise for this. That being said, and just to reiterate my previous point to the council, Mr. Chair, is as we sit here today, towards the end of July, my goal is the same as everybody here. I want to have the absolute best system that's going to work for all of our stakeholders. I want to ensure the agency and the procurement negotiating committee gets as much information, feedback, consultation as possible for them to ultimately make the most educated decision on this process. And I want to ensure that we continue to move forward and we continue to have a path forward. So those were just a few of the context pieces I wanted to share, Mr. Chair, as well as just my perspective as the agency representative on the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. And I don't think it was anyone's intent to point any fingers that there was any kind of, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. But we're in a situation, we're in a predicament here because, right, wrong, or indifferent, as the process goes on, we learn more about what we need and what we want. And the RFP was written, and it's in black and white. And when we started out on this process, it was for an unemployment benefit program. That's what we were after. A lot of us on this council or in Commerce Committee didn't even realize that we also wanted a tax program that was added to this RFP. And that's the piece that is kind of precluding some of these really good unemployment companies that first developed an unemployment product that works well. I'm not talking about just the one, I'm talking about the 7 that NASWA recommends. But they're all just now developing tax programs. And by asking for tax, we ruled a lot of them out inadvertently, not on purpose. If we reopen the process, that's going to delay it, so we don't really want to do that. And yesterday we learned that it would be great to have a workforce element. Had we asked for that in the RFP, no one would have replied. But it's something that we would really like to have. But if we demand that it had to be presented, it had to be created a year ago first and put in place and be working, that rules everybody out. As far as the unemployment side, if we just focused on that and said, we'd like to see solid experience with that, all 7 companies would have qualified and been able to present, and then also said, here's our tax program that we have. It works hand in hand with our other system. We just need the data migration. I think that's different. That's a decision that we can make at the time. Okay, their tax thing isn't proven. Unemployment is. There's a leap of faith maybe to be made. And this company over here has a tax system that's been in place for a year. We need to consider that. But we can't do that because of the way these companies ruled themselves out. That's all I'm trying to say. And the RFP was written, it was written. It's nobody's fault. It's just the predicament that we're in. And it does kind of come across as the blame game. And that is the furthest from my intent. My message is that we've tied our hands here, and we probably want to find a way to untie our hands so that we can make a good decision. So, Senator Tyson, Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I just wanted to briefly clarify my comment. I had not interpreted any of the conversation here to be blaming anybody at the agency. One thing I just wanted to make sure I could do from my role is contextualize what those staff members were going through, and to your point, Mr. Chairman, the situation we were in and how that affects where we're at today. So I did just want to clarify for the council, that was not how I interpreted any of the conversation that's occurred here today.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's well said, too, that we are way past the blame game. This council has formed a cohesive group. We are working well together, trying to get the best product forward. And as the Deputy Secretary has said several times, we all have the same agenda to get a good product for the state of Kansas, a product that we can live with for years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I, for one, I couldn't have imagined us working so well together like this. I think this is pretty incredible, and I'd like to keep it that way. So, Mr. Hayes.
My biggest concern, and I agree with what was just stated as well. I think this council definitely has a place and a role and a very positive impact potentially if we can keep our momentum and path forward. The point I guess I was making that if we get one shot at making a recommendation to LCC, sure, A looks great based on a scoring and certain factors, B looks great, other factors, but visually, and going back to earlier conversation today, seeing a demo, and if our recommendation that comes out today is full and final to the LCC, and we don't get another bite at the apple, but yet we're going to go through full days of demos with company A and B through the RFP process, and that more informed recommendation won't carry any weight, then I think we are disadvantaged as a council. And ultimately, I question some of the intent of why we're here then.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess where my struggle is with this whole thing, we've got 4 companies that submitted bids that all meet the qualifications that were out there. And, you know, we've got 2 obviously that are being narrowed down to move forward, which it's not an unusual process where there's 2 or 3 companies that get narrowed down. And now, you know, we've interjected language in this report that might move it towards recommending some kind of sole source, because one company come in and didn't meet the recommendations, the lower criteria of the recommendations, that we're now going to open up the bidding. I mean, because they didn't meet the tax component. That's the reason why he stated they didn't bid on it. I mean, I would like to know if we're going to disqualify these companies, why we're disqualifying them. I can't vote for anything. I can't vote to go to a single source. I can't vote to put them recommendations in without knowing. And that's where people are trying to head us. And I disagree wholeheartedly with this. I don't know.
I don't know if we're in the same room, but no one is talking about single sourcing anything. No one's talking about going with the company that we met with yesterday. No one's talking about ruling out either one of the companies that still qualify in the RFP. I don't know, and I just don't know. Charles, anywhere in our bill does it reference that we are tied to any kind of an RFP?
Chairman, I don't recall any specific reference in the bill to request for a proposal, but I'll take a quick look.
Okay. I'd like to know if we, if the bill says we have to use an RFP, or if the bill says we need to make a recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I thought you stated a few minutes ago, if we don't take the RFP, we could go to a direct contract or a single source contract. I thought I heard that come out of your mouth.
No, sir. I said that the recommendation, I would like to make a recommendation to look beyond and in addition to the RFP. And I said that several times. That we are not ruling these companies out. We would listen to them, and we would also listen to other companies, because there were 7 companies that are good quality companies. We heard from one of them. We're precluded from hearing from the others, but I want to hear from the 2 that still qualify on the RFP. And then I also want to hear from the 4 that did not bid because of one reason or another, if they want to. Just want to be as open as I can and talk to as many companies and many solutions as I can. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've got good language to move forward on the report. I don't know if everybody else feels comfortable. I appreciate your recommendation. I think the department does too, from what I heard full-heartedly. I won't speak for the deputy secretary, but.
Waiting for Charles to see if there's any reference to an RFP in outside of the audit.
Chairman, we're going to do a quick word search here to make sure, but looking at Section 8, for example, the section that we've been referencing in the course of these discussions, that section just references entering into a contract or agreement with any party to make any changes, improvements, or upgrades to technology infrastructure, and it goes on. And of course, that section actually is before the committee members, if the committee council members want to take a quick look at that. We're doing a word search, and nothing has come up with respect to that based on our word search.
Thank you. Deputy Secretary, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to respond to Senator Tyson's comment. From everything that I've heard throughout this discussion, the RFP process in place is not being slowed down. That's still moving forward, and we're just adding, I guess, potentially more information to the overall process. I would only have a concern if there was something that was slowing that down, which does not seem to be the case here. And to the senator's point, my number one goal is the most information for all stakeholders and then ultimately get to that best system. So I just wanted to add on to that. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Charles.
Chairman, I just found a section here that sort of, I don't know, doesn't actually reference an RFP, but sort of, I guess, pertains to the process, and that is, the council will recall that Section 9 of the bill deals with the procurement negotiating committee and just, makes a change with respect to the membership of that committee with respect to, for purposes of selecting a vendor to perform the unemployment insurance modernization project authorized by Section 2 of the bill.
Right, and that would be when the JCIT chair. Yes, okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so we've had discussion on recommendations. We'll receive the report Monday morning. We'll review it at 11:30, or yes, 11:30. And if certain members, senator and representative, want to create a minority report, you're welcome to do that. Any other discussion on that until Monday morning at 11:30? Okay, seeing none. We'll get you a link. It's already in our, we've got a link for 11:30. And so when you receive the report, review it, make sure that your recommendations that you made are adequately reflected, and those would be the changes we would address if they were worded incorrectly. That will adjourn until 11:30 Monday morning. Thank you.